Good evening and welcome. Oh, double chat tonight. How's everybody doing on this Monday night? Tonight we are playing a game we played before, but a different version, a different edition. The game that we're playing tonight is Broken Sword Shadow of the Templars, but we're playing the Reforged version, and I'm a bit fuzzy-wuzzy on the details. Let's see, Reforged. Maybe I could check out the wiki and see what it says, so you guys know as well. Usually I just read a broken straight sword from the Elden Ring Reforged. Alright, this game is called Broken Sword Shadow of the Templars, and originally it's from, I believe, 1995. I'm not on the wiki though. Oh, 1996. But we played this before during a live stream, but we never gotten that far. I think about halfway through the game, maybe, if you ask me. But the thing is, with this game, it was really impressive. It has nice animation. Even the installation sequence is a lot of fun. Last time we played it was in MS-DOS, or maybe even the Scum VM version. I'm not sure. Technically, it's the same. It's just the shell, you know. Time for a round of shoutouts. I see some familiar faces in there. Een shoutout app loopt nog niet. Dus ja, dat is een foutmelding nummer 1. Boom! Hatsé! That's nice. Nice to see your lovely faces in the chat. I see that Jonas is here. Ricardo, Dad, Hansel, Alterfin, Smash Dash. So lovely. The familiar faces showing up on the Mondays. You guys are amazing, and it means a lot that you always hang out during those live streams. Last time that we played this, I didn't have this awesome jewel case, not a physical version of the game, at least not this one. I bought that recently, but I also obtained Broken Sword 2, another game that we should check out. And I also have, but this is like a totally different game. I think it's more cinematic. This one's called Broken Sword the Sleeping Dragon. And it's from 2012? Question mark. Windows 98! Oh, cool! Haha, Pentium 3. Well, this will just barely run. 12, I have no clue from what time this is. 2003. And also Broken Sword 5. And now that I'm looking on the wiki page, I see you got Broken Sword 2, The Smoking Mirror, got that. Sleeping Dragon, this is part number 3. Then you have the Angel of Death, Secrets of the Ark, and then you have the Return of the Templars, which is an unofficial version of 2.5. Then you got the Smoking Mirror Remastered, then the Shadow of the Templars Director's Cut, that's part 1. Then you got Broken Sword 5, The Serpent's Curse, this one. This is not 3, not 4. And there's another Broken Sword, Parsifal Stone. But I'm not sure if that's out yet. Holy shit. That's a lot of broken swords. Maybe they should be more careful with their swords. Let's play all of the shoutouts. That's an awful lot of broken swords, exactly. Great minds think alike. And, yes, sorry for being a little bit late with announcing this livestream. You know I'm here every Monday night, but I didn't have time yesterday to set up the livestream, so I did it today when I came home. So I had to do it really quick. Another cool update about the layout tonight is that the YouTube icon doesn't look like YouTube anymore, and I have no clue why that's going on. Who cares? You'll know what it means. As long as you guys don't forget to hit the like button. Hey Men's Lady, hey NATO Tracks. Is there a glamorous new glamorous studio? No. Unless you mean that usually I play games from the attic, from the Pentium MMX or the Pentium 3, but no, tonight is from the original office. Oh, I like this music. Donkey Kong. Did I forget a shout out? Did I play Hansel's? No. Ooh. And here's the layout of tonight. Snappy. Stop the music. Alright, I already took the liberty of starting the game because somehow when you run it in a window, you don't have a menu. I can show you. Wait, just apply, go to, if it's an interface, no it's not. If you go to video, look, you can also only do window full screen, and then you can manually drag down the window, which is perfect, which is awesome. That's exactly what I want. But it was really tough to get it running on exactly 1280 by 720. It was pixel precision needed for that. So how's everybody doing on this Monday? This is Broken Sword, Shadow of the Templars, Reforged. It comes with achievements, but let's see. I haven't played it yet. I only checked if it works, and that's all I could say. So I hope that we have a pleasant experience tonight. Why not start the game? Because this game is quite, well, hefty, long, I guess. I'm not sure, because I never finished the first one. Did do the live stream about 2 years ago. When was that? Let's see. Dosgamert. Hey, that's me. Broken Sword. That was 3 years ago. Holy sh... Oh, and the thumbnail just looks alike. I didn't expect that. Well, the thing is with Broken Sword, it's from 1996. They made a remaster. Don't be fooled. That's already on Steam. This one, I'm not sure. But this is Reforged, which is technically an even better version of the game. And it just came out about, I think, 2 weeks ago. Let's see if I can find something more about Broken Sword Reforged. Because I was looking for the wiki page, but I couldn't find it. It's also on Steam. And you can get it for $30. It's a... Of course it says, oh, it's similar to other games you played. The Return to Monkey Island. Of course. Of course. And it came out the 19th. So yeah, that's less than 2 weeks ago. And people have been positive about it. Very positive. So that's nice. Really a game to look forward to. It has 4K remastered visuals compared to the original. Enhanced audio. They didn't redo all of the lines, of course, because there's 30 years in between the original recording and this. Challenging puzzles, fully voice acted. I'm not sure. I believe that was already the case. So yeah. I'm looking forward. What's gonna be the big difference between the 96 and the 2004 version of this game? If you guys are ready, dan let's go. Even voorzichtig het venster verplaatsen. Niet te robuust. Oh, and let's check if the audio is loud enough. I think it will do. Alright. Here we go. This is the same what they did with Myst. When you had Myst and Myst Remastered, every puzzle is always the same. And they had this option where they could like shuffle. Did you play the Shout Out of Cooler? Yeah, I think I did. I can play it again. It's the last one I played. I didn't! But what they had is the solutions to the puzzle were always the same in the original Myst, and then on the remaster that came out 3 years ago, they shuffled the answers. But if you'd rather stick with the original solutions of puzzles, then you could also do the original. So if you'd be new to the game, it wouldn't matter. But if you remember the answers of the original puzzles, you had like that as a perk. Ooh! Hey, Quiddix! Always needs more Yoshi. That's nice. Man, that weather changed quickly on us, didn't it? Man, it's shit outside. There's a good reason to stay inside. In this game, it's different though. You have the classic and you have the story. Incidental actions you have tried before are removed. Automatic hints for gentle guidance during play. I don't think that's bad. I think that's nice. Because people are busy lately. People just enjoy stories and visual. And don't like being stuck and have to puzzle what they are expected to do. So I'm not sure what I'm going to do. I do think I should stick with the classic. Because why not? I mean, we're here for the keep track of repeat actions by yourself. I think. Alright, I'll go for the classic. I'll go for the classic. Here we go. I'm playing with a mouse. Oh yeah, by the way, this game came out on the Nintendo Switch, PlayStation, Xbox, Linux. Oh, just kidding. But it came out on the game consoles. Tutorial time. This is nice. This was lacking the original. Left click to walk around. Click. Click. Move the mouse cursor around to find points of interest. Like, ooh, a cup of coffee. Ooh, a cup of coffee. When over something interesting, actions will pop up. Like you could put your finger in the coffee or put your eyeball in the coffee. Left click to interact. Right click to examine. I already made videos of Crypt and Egg. Like a lot. Click here to show the menu bar. Yeah, and then you can go to your inventory. Access menu options, game help, and controls. Oh, that's not inventory. This is inventory. I know, Crypt and Egg, yes. It's on my channel, believe me, full playthrough. And I even did it during live streams.
The last months of the year and the end of the millennium. The city holds many memories for me. Of cafes, of music, of love, and of death.
Even the original companies, look at it. They animated the logo. Parallax. The bird is stuck. Hey, Ruba. Empty roads in Paris. Dream on. It's 96. Oh, end of the millennium. Six bombs. the style kind of reminds me of Atlantis from Disney or Pixar, or was it Disney? Late 90s animations, early 2000s animation movies. Hard to keep track who made them.
I picked myself up. All I could hear was the ceaseless drone of traffic. Life went on around me. But the explosion was to change my life forever.
So there was traffic, Marty. Whoa! Look at this.
I considered straightening the table, but I figured it best not to disturb the evidence.
They remastered the audio as well, but he sounds like a little bit like a speak and spell, like that thing that they used on Limp Bizkit's Behind Blue Eyes. Hey.
The table had been overturned by the explosion.
E-I-A. But it looks great.
I considered straightening the table, but I figured it best not to disturb the evidence.
How do we switch to classic? Controls. Ah, you can still switch in between. You can even... Whoa, bonus content. Oh, recovered from the original scripts. Reveal hint wait. 5 minutes. 1 hour. 30 seconds. I like that. This is really gonna help me get through the game. And I don't mind the game helping me. I just want to experience the story, the visuals. I'm not sure how you switch between... Yeah, but I want to... And the parallax...
Falling under the umbrella and pretending none of this had ever happened.
The parallax was already there.
It had protected me from the bomb blast, but it was of no use to me now. Wrapped around the lamppost was a newspaper. The leading article referred to the visit of a Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state. That was the only news story. The rest was rumor, gossip, and sensationalism. Then I noticed the writing at the foot of the page. It read Salah ad-Din, 1345.
Yeah, the difference is a lot. Thanks, Fabian. You found an item. New controls. Help. You want to this now? Yeah, sure. Ah, more explanation. Don't put the apple in the coffee, you idiot. And don't put the apple in the book. But alright. Who's that? Is that Asterix? Holy shit!
Hold it, right there.
Oh, don't shoot. I'm innocent. I'm an
Très bien.
American.
Can't make up your mind, eh?
I demand to see the American consul.
Drop your weapons and get down on the ground.
Put that thing away, Sergeant. Move. I apologize, monsieur, but I cannot permit you to leave.
Am I under arrest?
Ah, no, I would simply like to ask you some questions. En avant, to the café, marche.
Marsh.
What a mess. This bombing is an outrage, is it not?
Stop that, monsieur. Stop holding your breath at once.
Has it occurred to you that he may be dead?
Stop holding your breath.
Oui, monsieur. But I prefer to look on the bright side. Besides, I recall a case where the killer escaped by feigning death. However, in this case, the man is quite dead. Clearly, the killer knew of his presence and...
How many times have I warned you about premature extrapolation? All we know is that he is dead.
It seemed reasonable to assume...
A great detective assumes nothing. Take Maigret, for instance.
But he was a fictitious character, monsieur. Why, he was no more real than Poirot or Tintin.
That's different, Moo. They were comedy Belgians.
Wow.
It is unlikely that even you will learn much from talking to the dead. Examine the girl and take her statement, if you can.
Hey, Luca.
Et maintenant, to business. Your name, please?
George Stobart. I'm from California.
The original was impressive as well.
What brings you to Paris, Monsieur Stobart?
Travel. I'm touring Europe.
You chose well. The city is most beautiful at this time of year, no?
Yeah, I guess so, apart from the bomb blasts.
Were you in the vicinity of the cafe at the time of the explosion?
Yes.
Yeah, I was sitting out on the sidewalk. I was lucky I wasn't killed. The inspector passed over my remark with no reaction.
Did you see the deceased enter the cafe?
Yes, I did.
Was he alone?
Yeah.
And did he say anything to you?
No. He was more interested in the waitress.
Did you see anyone else in the cafe?
We can deny and we can admit. Let's deny.
I'm sorry, Inspector, I didn't.
It never ceases to amaze me how unobservant the public can be. Is the girl all right, Moo?
Moo.
She'll live. She says the killer was disguised as a clown.
Ah.
Circus clown? Did you see him, monsieur?
I told you, I didn't see a thing.
So, be warned that I, Augustin Rousseau, never rest until I reach the truth. You are my winkle, monsieur.
I'm your
And
Tinkle
I'm not
Winkle.
afraid to use the pin. Eh bien, I have heard enough.
What do you mean?
I am satisfied that you know nothing. You may leave. I hope this little incident does not spoil the rest of your vacation.
What about my personal safety? Can't you at least give me some advice?
What can I say? Stay alert and look out for suspicious characters.
And don't cross the road until the little man shows green.
Great advice.
I honestly believe you are in no danger, monsieur. Should you remember anything of importance, please contact me. My card.
Green Army man.
So, you may go.
There's not much to go on, monsieur.
On the surface, no. But what lurks inside the subconscious? If the door can only be opened.
Are you serious, monsieur? I thought your interest in psychic detection was purely academic.
Academic? You are about to witness a scientific breakthrough.
All right.
The girl presented a confident but sullen mask to the world, an expression more suited to the face of a delinquent youth. Excuse me, mademoiselle?
Mademoiselle.
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Oh, an American by the sound of it.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's right. On holiday in Paris. Some holiday, huh?
You were here when the bomb went off?
Sure was. Sat right out front of the cafe.
Did you notice a middle-aged man, maybe 60, with an hat and overcoat?
I couldn't believe it. She hadn't even asked how I was feeling. Yeah, he went inside just before the bomb exploded.
Europeans don't care.
Related to him, were you?
Oh no, nothing like that. I am Nicole Collard from La Liberté.
Well, what's that, some kind of nightclub?
No, it is a newspaper.
You're a reporter?
I'm a freelance photojournalist.
Say, you could interview me about the bombing. You know, an eyewitness account.
She's not
Minutes
interested.
After the outrage that shook the whole of Paris. You know, real-life drama, human interest, that kind of stuff.
I'll just stick to the facts, thank you. Did you see who planted the bomb?
I know it sounds crazy, but he was dressed like a clown.
Oh God, it's him again.
Hey, we got a new subscriber.
Have you met the clown before?
It's a long story.
I have plenty of time.
I don't.
Who's the guy you were supposed to meet?
His name was Planter. I didn't know him, but he called me last night. He said he had a story which would interest me. He asked me to meet him at the cafe. I guess I'll never know what he wanted to tell me.
Not unless you have Rosso's gift for psychic interrogation. You speak very good English for a French girl.
Thanks. You speak very good English from America.
Do you know a police officer called Rosso?
Russell? Our paths have a knack of crossing. If I didn't know better, I'd say it was deliberate. Have you seen Russell? Is he here?
He's inside, attempting to question a witness with his psychic powers.
What? That guy is weird.
Yeah. Look, the inspector gave me his card.
Oh, I didn't know his first name was Augustin. It suits him, I must say.
Which she's impressed by this bozo?
I found this newspaper outside the cafe.
That is not a newspaper, it's a gossip rag.
It may have belonged to Plantar.
So, he had a taste for sensationalist smut with right-wing bias. That doesn't tell us much.
There's something written in it. Salah Eddin, 1345.
It sounds like a betting tip. The name of the horse and the time of the race. What do you think?
What do I think?
That's what I thought, but the name of the meeting isn't given.
Well, so what? I'm not the least bit interested in horse racing, are you?
No, but it could be a clue to the killer's next move.
Do you think his next victim will be the jockey? Or the horse?
She looked at me with a playful twinkle in her eye. Okay, it's a long shot.
I love the film noir memoirs out loud, you know? Let's continue.
See you again, I hope.
I do remember you have to question everybody. It's like you are the detective. Oh, the parallax, it works so well.
The muscular workman wore a morose expression, like a silent warning to leave him to get on with his job.
Let's bother him.
Hi, can you spare a few minutes?
I thought you'd been arrested.
No, it was a misunderstanding.
When he pulled that gun, gah, I thought that was it. Those automatics pack quite a punch, you know?
He made a mistake. He thought I was a terrorist.
You? A terrorist? Ha!
He was only doing his duty, I guess. Did you see an old guy with a briefcase?
Wait, silly old coot. Do you know what he said to me? Work fascinates me, he says. I could watch it all day. Quelle bite. I could have knocked his block off.
Did you see a clown come by this way?
A clown? Like in a circus?
Yeah.
With makeup and a big red nose?
Huh! Those guys are funny, aren't they?
Not in my experience.
I love the circus, especially the horses.
Yeah, but you're French.
Question. Have you seen a clown?
You think I've got time to watch everyone who passes by? Some of us have to work for a living.
Would you like to read my newspaper?
I haven't got time to read that. Can't you see I'm busy?
You could read it on your lunch break.
10 minutes is all I get. And if my boss had his way, I wouldn't get that. He'd have me on a drip, so I didn't have to stop to eat.
Oh, take the newspaper and quit complaining.
Bah! Look at this. Damn bleeding out liberals. Tcha! Save the dolphins. Catch them and eat them, I say. All that fuss over a bunch of fish. Nah, that's more like it. Look at the size of those. Like champagne bottle corks, no? Ah, what's this? Saladin running in the Prix de l'Arc de Triomphe.
It's a racehorse?
A horse? A legend. Bucephalus reborn, mon ami. Like a streak of lightning she is. Do me a favor, won't you? Keep an eye on my hole. I'm off to put some money on that nag.
Even the old one was impressive.
It was a tent made out of plastic sheeting. It was a battered metal toolbox. I found a T-shaped tool in the box. I didn't know what it was, but it looked useful. It was a huge and weighty-looking engineer's telephone. Set into the huge gate was a smaller access door. The door was securely locked. It was an iron lamppost. I considered climbing the lamppost, but it wasn't going to shed any light on the affair.
Haha. Alright, this Reforged is really worth your time.
It was a battered old trash can. It was a battered old trash can.
It's a manhole.
It was an iron cover concealing the entrance to a drain or sewer. It was a plastic crate. There was nothing of interest.
Do know that if you switch between the original graphics and the old one, oh man, it's not one-on-one like the destructive Bob, but it's really an upgrade. But look how close it is to the original. Everything is where it's supposed to be. Even the wall textures are being done the same.
Protected by stout-looking iron bars.
Let's see if we can open that.
The drain pipe looked as if it would bear my weight. I took a deep breath and prepared to climb the drain pipe. I guess the clown hadn't escaped over the rooftops.
Alright, that was funny. How about we use the sewer key?
I lifted the cover to reveal what smelt like the entrance to a sewer.
Man, we've been playing so many point-and-click adventures lately. I really just enjoy the vibe of this, you know? I cannot switch between this and the old graphics. Now I can.
It was a shiny red plastic ball sat incongruously on the slippery green slimed floor. As I picked up the plastic ball, I realized it was intended to be worn.
Are we gonna wear it?
It was the clown's red nose.
Hey, let's see if we can add the... Twitch chat. There we go. Tissue.
It was a soggy, crumpled paper tissue. I scooped up the sodden tissue. It was cold and greasy, like breakfast leftovers. The railing was put there for a simple reason, to stop people getting past. It worked. It was a small scrap of cloth caught on the rusting spike. I took hold of the scrap of material.
How are you doing, Reborder?
From the spike.
Cheers! Ah!
Hold it right there, you sewer rat. I knew you'd come back. And now I've got you.
What are you talking about?
You're trespassing. Come out of there, immediately.
That's what I'm trying to do. Give me your hand.
Ha! You won't catch me with tricks like that.
He looks like the same guy that worked outside.
Keep your distance, monsieur.
Okay, okay.
Now, what were you looking for?
A telephone. I need to make an urgent call.
Wow, Ricardo.
Telephone here. I want
All your days are
what
belong
you
to
were
us.
doing in this sewer.
Didn't you hear the explosion?
In the sewer? A deadly cocktail of combustible gases and chemicals, most likely.
No, at the cafe. A deadly cocktail of accordion music and villainy. Most definitely.
What? The cafe? Blown up? Mon Dieu. That is awful. Did you say accordion music?
Yeah, that fiend had no mercy. He was disguised as a clown. By the time the bomb went off, he'd run to the sewer and made his escape.
Mon Dieu. And then, the man I chased. Do you think that man and the clown are one and the same?
Well, yes, it
All
had
your
crossed
days
my
are
mind.
belong to us.
Ah, that's still
Wow, untrustable.
Then what you were doing down the sewer. For all I know, you are in league with him.
Oh
No.
no, I'm just a tourist.
Most tourists are content with the Eiffel Tower, the Louvre, or the Pigalle. I didn't realize my waste pipes were such an attraction.
Tell me about the man you apprehended.
What is there to tell? He was a typical criminal type, just like you.
Does the name Plantar mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't. Who is he?
The man who was killed in the cafe. I'm gonna find the guy responsible. I'll find him. Even if it means following him down every sewer in every city in Europe.
Ah, you'll need some sensible boots. You won't get far in those stupid sneakers.
Sneakers.
Do you know the waitress at the cafe?
Oh, hey, she isn't hurt, is she?
No, she's fine.
Oh, thank heavens. A poor girl like her isn't safe with the likes of you roaming the streets.
Can't you understand? I'm not a gangster.
He's a racist.
Tourist.
Ah, that's what you say.
Holy shit, the weather is bad outside. I love it to stay inside with this weather and play video games.
Guy you saw carrying a briefcase?
Well, I didn't notice. Now are you going to leave? Or do I have to call the police?
Perhaps you'd like to take a look at my card?
What is this? Inspector Augustin Rousseau? What does that say? Hominoid Division?
A homicide. I think the ink's smudged.
Then you are
Hominoid.
not a tourist.
Okay, I'm not. I lied to you. And I'm sorry.
Don't apologize, monsieur. You know, I had a feeling there was something different about you. It is your posture, your poise. Oh, yes. There is no mistaking the bearing of a disciplined man. And I should know. I was in the army, you know. When I was your age, I was fighting for my life in the African desert. How can I help you, Inspector?
Let's start over from the beginning. And tell it just like it was. This is what I used to open the manhole cover.
I have one just the same as that, monsieur. I will fetch it if you like.
No, don't bother.
Oh, it is no bother, monsieur.
Nah, forget it.
Just trying to be helpful, monsieur.
Helpful.
Take a look at this false nose.
Aha! That looks like a clown's nose to me.
Precisely. He must have dropped it in his panic.
Unless he wanted you to find it.
Why would he want to do that?
To put you off the scent.
What does this tissue mean to you?
Nothing, monsieur. It's disgusting. What on earth possessed you to show it to me? Someone has emptied their nostrils into it.
Does this piece of material mean anything to you?
That is the same cloth as the jacket I found.
Jacket?
I'd recognize that pattern anywhere.
It's a clown.
Now, about the jacket you found. Do you have it here?
No, monsieur. One of the sleeves was badly torn, so I sent it for repair. A pity, because otherwise it was a fine piece of quality tailoring. It had the tailor's name inside on the label.
I have to be going.
Good luck, Inspector. I hope you catch that killer soon. I'll let you out.
Wow.
I hope you find your man, Inspector.
So do I.
So he thinks I'm the inspector. Just to release myself from suspicion. Wait. How about we call that lady? Nico. Now we got... How does the phone work?
It was a huge and weighty-looking engineer's telephone.
I should be able to call the girl, right? How does this work again? I don't think I got her phone number. She would not be here, right?
Sergeant Moo?
You heard the inspector. Go on, monsieur.
Did you notice the young woman who was here earlier?
The girl with the camera? Yes, monsieur. She works for one of the newspapers.
Did you see where she went?
She has gone home to develop her snapshots. She took one of me, you know. She said mine was the kind of face that makes great pictures.
She did?
Oui, I have great depth of character. That's what she told me.
Did she leave her address?
No, monsieur. But I have her telephone number. 50 48 26 17.
Thanks.
She said to call her in a few days when the photographs are ready. I thought I'd take the best shot of me and use it for personalized Christmas cards.
Great idea, Sergeant. I'm sure your family and friends will be astounded. I was one of the last people to see the victim alive, Sergeant.
Does that worry you?
Yes, it does. I feel I owe it to him to find his killer.
That is best left to the authorities, monsieur. Did he speak to you? Tell you anything?
No, he just grinned and nodded.
Don't let it trouble you, monsieur. Go home and try to forget.
No, I think he will say it only once.
See you later, Sergeant.
Only once.
It was a huge and weighty-looking engineer's telephone.
There we go. That's how it works.
Bonjour, Kula.
Oh, hi. It's George Stobart, the American at the cafe.
How did you get my number?
The gendarme gave it to me. Is anything wrong?
I'll say there is. What do you want?
I was hoping you'd help me find the answer to a few questions.
Such as?
Who was the clown, and why did he blow up the cafe?
I'm a journalist. I usually ask the questions.
Look, if you're covering this case, I might be able to help you out.
Really?
I found the clown's escape route. I think.
You think?
He ran into a blind alley and took to the sewers.
Very apt, but then what?
I don't know. Maybe I could come see you.
I really am very busy.
Oh, okay. I'll keep searching.
Good. Be sure to let me know if you find anything.
You can count on it. See you.
Oh, that was us on the phone. I don't think so. Everybody says hi. Now we got her address, right? No, we don't. I was missing most of the conversation, to be fair, because a lot of stuff was... So I'm gonna call her again.
Bonjour, Kula.
It's me again, George Stobart.
Hi, George. Any news?
No.
Oh, how about you?
No, nothing new.
I examined the jagged glass remaining in the window. It was broken, all right.
I kinda missed what she was all saying on the phone. I'll just speak with this guy some more.
Sergeant Moo?
Please go away, monsieur.
I have a confession to make, Sergeant. I really did see the clown. He ran into the alley across the street.
Why did you not tell this to Inspector Rousseau?
I didn't want to sound foolish.
And you did not want to come involved, no? Do not worry. It is of no consequence. I will inform Monsieur l'Inspecteur when he has finished with the girl. Did you follow him?
I lost him. I figured he went underground.
Do you know how many kilometers of sewers there are beneath this great city?
It's not a question I've lost sleep over.
I have no doubt that Inspector Rousseau will organize a proper search.
How did you and Rosso arrive at the scene of the explosion so quickly? You arrived within minutes. Was it a tip-off?
Inspector Rousseau's sources are a perpetual mystery to me, monsieur. There are some who say he has made a pact with the devil.
And what do you think?
I think he is the devil.
I believe this material came from the clown.
Hey, Cornet.
If you are right, monsieur, then the clown must be an Englishman.
Well, how do you figure that?
Only the English would wear a suit made from material like that.
Don't you like the English?
It is not so much a question of liking, rather one of taste. They have none.
Do you recognize this dirty tissue?
No, monsieur, I do not.
I found it in the sewer.
Perhaps it would be better if you put it back there.
No way! This could be an important clue.
If you say so, monsieur.
I found this red nose in the sewer.
What were you doing down there?
Fishing for clues. That's where the clown went.
It will take more than a plastic proboscis to convince Inspector Rousseau.
You don't want this as evidence, then?
Certainly not, monsieur.
What do you suppose this tool is used for, Sergeant Moo?
It looks like something an obstetrician would use, monsieur.
It was with tools like this that the clown made his escape.
I don't understand.
He opened up the hole and disappeared into the bowels of the earth.
If you say so, monsieur.
See you later, Sergeant.
Alright, so... Aha. Thank you.
Hi there, remember me?
Ah, mais oui, Inspector. Have you found him?
Who?
The man in the sewer, of course.
I'm, sifting through the evidence.
Ah, rather you than me, monsieur. So, when you are not exploring sewers, what do you do?
I take a lot of showers.
Oh, very good, monsieur. A policeman with a sense of humor.
Do you know the waitress at the cafe?
You can't suspect her, surely.
Just answer the question, please.
Yes, I know her. Quite well, you could say. She came to work at the cafe 7 months ago. I look forward all week to the relief she gives me when she visits.
Really? So you'd miss her if she wasn't there?
Oh, mais oui! Who else would I find to cut my toenails?
Was the guy you saw carrying a briefcase?
Why, yes, it was. Clutched in his arms like a baby.
That belonged to his victim.
Oh, what do you think was in it? Drugs? Stolen jewels?
I don't know, but the killer thought it was worth a man's life.
Nothing is worth that, monsieur.
Yeah, I showed him all the other stuff.
Tell me about the man you apprehended.
He was a mean one, monsieur. He grabbed me in an arm lock. His face suddenly next to mine. His grip was like iron, but he did not know what he was up against. Oh no, he made a big mistake when he took on one of the desert hyenas.
Yes, I get the picture. Where did you send the jacket?
I gave it to an itinerant Romany seamstress.
Just my luck. Was there anything in the jacket pockets?
Not a sou. You know what I think?
Do tell me.
He changed out of the clown suit and cunningly disguised himself as an ordinary person.
Looks like I'm up against a mastermind. What was the name on the label?
It was a foreign name. Todrick, I think.
Did you get the address?
There wasn't one, monsieur. Only a telephone number.
Well, I don't expect you to remember a phone number you've only seen once.
74 98 08 59.
You're kidding. That's his phone number?
Yes, that's it. And little secret numbers that I learned in the desert. I was taught the technique by a Tuareg shepherd.
That's incredible.
It comes in handy at the supermarket checkout. Do I get a reward?
Honesty, monsieur, is its own reward.
Then I'm glad I do not rely on honesty to pay the bills.
Does the name Plantar mean anything to you?
No, it doesn't.
I have to be going. Thanks to your help, the citizens of Paris can sleep a little easier tonight.
Raymond, I was only doing my duty, monsieur. Good luck, Inspector. I hope you catch that killer soon.
Bonjour, Kula.
It's me again, George Stobart.
Hi, George. Any news?
You bet. I met a witness who spoke to the clown. And I know where the killer gets his suits.
No kidding. Hey, I'm impressed.
You are? Well, it wasn't easy.
Look, why don't you come here to my apartment?
Fine. Where do you live?
361 Rue Jarry.
Okay, I'll come right over.
Oh, I feel a raging clue. Holy shit. An army truck?
The shop window featured a display of gowns and women's stuff.
Let's buy her something nice.
It wasn't the style of the clothes in the shop that caught my eye, but the prices. The same amount of money would feed a starving family for the rest of their lives. I guess people who buy that kind of stuff don't have a problem with their consciences. The woman was doing something with a pair of needles that couldn't be described as knitting. She was a cheery old soul, the kind you'd walk across the street to avoid. They were lilies or tulips, some kind of flowers anyhow. Pretty,
I'm not into flowers.
You like that sort of thing?
Yeah, exactly.
Me? I couldn't see the point of buying something that was already half dead.
Oh, snap. I didn't wait for the green man to cross.
Bonjour, monsieur. Would you like me to foretell your future?
Yes, Cornet.
No thanks.
I'm very good, and it only takes a minute.
Thanks all the same, but I'm not superstitious. Besides, if it only takes a minute, that's not much of a future to look forward to. Are the flowers for sale?
Oui, monsieur.
Okay. I'll take a bunch of those white ones.
I wouldn't do that if I was you.
No?
They are lilies, monsieur. Some people associate them with death.
Yikes. Well, thanks for telling me. What other flowers do you have?
Dahlias?
What do they signify?
Insecurity.
I don't want to give her the wrong idea about me. What about the tall yellow ones?
Those are iris, the flame of passion.
And the little yellow ones?
Sensuality.
Well, they're no use to me. I want to make an impression, not jump down her throat. Do you know a young woman called Nicole Collard?
Yes, I do. She lives upstairs from me, in the apartment block across the street. The door isn't locked, but you'll need to give it a gentle nudge. It sticks, you see, because of the damp. The landlord said he'd fixed it before winter sets in. He's been saying that for 3 years.
How long has Mademoiselle Collard lived here?
A few months. She's in for a shock when the cold weather comes. Drafty windows, insufficient heating. It's a struggle to keep warm. The only reason I stay is because the rent is cheap. Your young lady, she deserves better.
I thought Mademoiselle Collard was a successful photographer.
Not as successful as she makes out for all her fine clothes. Oh, I've heard her crying herself to sleep at night.
That's awful.
Now don't you let on that I've told you. She's proud, that one. Too proud, if you ask me.
I've changed my mind. Will you tell my fortune?
You're going on a long journey.
My, oh my. What a surprise. Can you tell me anything I don't already know?
10 francs, please, my dear.
10 francs? That's a ripoff.
Please yourself?
How does this fortune-telling routine work?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be selling flowers for a living.
Haven't you ever wondered why you were blessed with the gift?
Well, it's a bit like satellite television, I suppose. Some of us are born with a built-in receiver dish. I just happen to be one of the lucky ones.
Can you really foretell the future?
Only time will tell, monsieur. The strange thing is, I can't seem to see myself in the future. Other people, I have no problem. But when I try to see what might happen to me, nothing.
That must be scary.
Maybe. I figure it's a kind of natural safety mechanism. Either that, or I don't have a future.
What can you tell me about this material?
It's a very expensive piece of cloth, monsieur.
What can you tell me about this material?
Good.
It's a very expensive piece of cloth, monsieur.
Do you recognize this nose?
Non, monsieur.
What can you tell me about this tissue?
Nothing?
See you later.
That's right, monsieur. You will.
The vacant shop was sealed with a steel blind. It was a food store selling fruit and vegetables. I glanced without much interest at the fruit. It was dusty, shriveled, and tired-looking. The door was shabby and in need of a coat of paint.
It was the transition period, Marty.
Woman living here. Remembering the flower seller's advice, I pushed the door gently just above the lock.
Bonjour. I'm glad you could make it, monsieur.
Please.
It was a beautiful apartment.
Fine. I'm Nicole. Take a seat, George. Eh bien? And what have you been up to?
I've been exploring the sewers beneath the cafe.
I thought I could smell something bad.
The clown used the sewer to escape and to change out of his costume. I guess he was in a hurry. He left his
These
jacket.
records are new.
And?
I got his tailor's phone number.
You had better luck than I did.
Luck, she said.
And she has light switches now, yeah.
Hard work, I'd call it. What happened?
I took my photographs to the editor, but he wasn't interested.
This changed into a fish.
He told me to drop his story.
But you're not about to do that.
Hey, Crestline.
Oh, I am going to find out what's behind these killings. You know what I think? It's a conspiracy. The police in 3 different countries have kept very quiet about the murders. The press don't connect them at all. They blame them on political, religious, or militant minority extremists.
That covers just about everyone. May I use your telephone?
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks.
Oh, no.
I found a piece of material near the cafe. When I showed it to the concierge, he recognized it right away.
It's very distinctive, all right. Just wait until you see these. I developed the film I shot at the cafe. Here, George, it's an enlargement I made. Look what that guy's wearing.
Checkered pants. The same material as I found in the sewer.
That's right. This guy shouldn't be difficult to find.
Oh no?
Take a close look at his left cheek.
A scar. In the shape of a horseshoe.
Oh, a crescent moon.
I found this tissue down the sewer.
Oh, that's disgusting, George.
I think the stuff on it is grease paint, like actors use. Or clowns.
It's still disgusting. Get rid of it.
Did I show you this tissue?
Yes, George. I asked you to get rid of it.
I found this false nose in the sewer.
Hey, what's this inside it?
The contents of someone's nose?
Don't be cross, George. It says La Risée du Monde. Masks and costumes. It's a costume shop near the Gare Saint-Lazare.
I'll check it out. Maybe the owner remembers who hired the clown costume.
Yeah.
Why don't you put it on, George?
No way am I wearing this. I'd look really stupid. Besides, he might have had a cold. How come you enlarged this photograph of me?
Because I noticed the guy behind you, of course.
I didn't tell Rosso about the clown.
Why not? Did you think he wouldn't believe you?
It didn't seem appropriate somehow, but the waitress told him anyhow.
How did Rosso react?
I'm not sure whether he was surprised or not. He's strange, kind of inscrutable.
Maybe he can't take the pressure that goes with the job.
How did Plantou get your name?
For the newspaper, La Liberté, I'd written an article linking 2 unsolved murders, one in Italy and the other in Japan. The cases were remarkably similar. A wealthy victim, no apparent motive, and a costume killer. Plantou said he could supply me with more information. Somehow, the clown must have known about our appointment.
Tell me more about yourself.
Oh, there is not much to tell.
Well, how did you get into photography?
I guess I owe that to my father. He bought my first camera. I was 8 and my parents had just split up.
I'm going back out to search for that clown.
Where?
I guess I could visit the costume shop.
Good idea.
Oh, that's so nice.
I gave the dummy Puro a tentative prod, but it didn't move. As I was about to touch the dummy, I realized it had the same color eyes as Nico. The strange thing was, I hadn't realized I'd noticed the color of Nico's eyes. She reminded me of a girl I dated back in high school. Come to think of it, the dummy had more personality. As I was about to touch the dummy, I realized it had the same color eyes as Nico. The strange thing was, I hadn't realized I'd noticed the color of Nico's eyes.
Wow. Look at the angry parrot and the boobs on the torso. All the other stuff is almost an exact replica. Novelty poop.
It was a disgustingly realistic plastic novelty, like one I'd left on the teacher's desk at school. Boy, that caused so much of a stink you'd have thought it was a real one. As my fingers closed on the plastic novelty, I realized my mistake. It was a novelty, all right, but it wasn't plastic.
Exactly, Jonas.
Excuse me?
Bonjour, monsieur.
Please.
Come in. Welcome. Leave the mundane world behind. For in these four walls, fantasy is king.
I don't want a costume.
Didn't you ever dress up when you were a child?
Not that I remember.
Incredible. You'll be telling me next that you never shared your elder sister's lingerie.
I don't have a sister, and I think I'd look pretty silly in a brassiere. I just need some information.
Of course. How can I help you?
Help you.
Do you recognize this man?
Oui, monsieur. I sold him some grease paint.
Do you want this red nose back?
Not after it's been worn, thank you.
I'm looking for a man who hired a clown costume from you.
Oui, monsieur. I do not see how I can help.
Don't you keep a record of costumes that you've rented out?
Of course, monsieur, but...
Well, then, I'd like to check your records. Give me the names of everyone who's rented a clown suit.
Impossible. There are too many.
The clown I'm looking for is a cold-blooded killer. Give me his name, and I'll see he's brought to justice.
I'd help you if I could, but you can't expect me to remember all my customers. You see, the clown costume is our most popular line, monsieur. On average, we hire out more than 30 clown suits a week.
Wow.
You have to give me more to go by. A description, perhaps?
Are you sure this is the man who bought grease paint?
Oui, monsieur.
How come clowns are so popular?
I think it has something to do with their unpredictable nature.
Personally, I think clowns should be banned, along with mimes.
Oh, come now. Who doesn't love clowns?
Me, for one. Have you heard of a man named Plantar?
I do not recall anyone of that name.
Does this dirty tissue mean anything to you?
Let me smell that. Bestheimer's number 7 white pancake.
Theatrical grease paint, right?
Oui, monsieur. La crème de la crème of thespian accoutrement.
Have you sold any of it recently?
Yes, 2 can.
Are you sure this is the man who bought grease paint?
Oui, monsieur. He chose 2 costumes. Bozo the clown and Seamus the pixie.
A pixie?
Very smart. Green silk with a taffeta lining. He gave me his name as Monsieur Khan.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
Dat kan ik wel wat
My
mee.
pleasure, monsieur. Allow me to shake you by the hand.
Huh? Well, okay. What are you trying to do, kill me?
You did not find it amusing?
I never saw the funny side of electroshock therapy.
Eh bien, it is yours to keep. A gift?
Do I need a license?
No, but I give you a word of warning, monsieur.
What?
Remember to switch it off before you visit the toilet.
Ah, he's back.
It was a huge and weighty-looking engineer's telephone.
Hello? Who is this? Hi. My name's George Stobart. You don't know me.
Correct, Mr. Stobart. I don't. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm trying to trace one of your customers. Could I maybe come over and talk to you?
No. No, that's not possible.
Oh, okay. Forget it. Listen, all I want is a name.
What are you talking about? Who are you working for?
I guess you might say I'm acting in the interests of truth and justice.
De T&J.
Thank God. I thought you were the police.
There are innocent lives at stake, Mr. Todrick. Lives that you could save.
They don't trust the cops.
You're collecting for charity, yes?
No, I'm not. All I want from you is information.
Go on. I'm listening.
So cool. Kom op, Kerlik.
The man I'm looking for is called Khan. He bought a suit from you, remember?
Mr. Khan. Yes, I remember him. Yes, I delivered the suit to his hotel. The Hotel Ubu. I don't remember the room number. It was upstairs. The second room on the right-hand side of the corridor.
Thanks, Todrick. That's all I wanted to know. Now I've got you, Mr. Clown.
Disc is a bit cracked. Alright, so now we got the room number and the hotel. Wow.
The guy looked just like a weasel. Excuse me.
Yeah?
Do you happen to know a guy named Khan?
That ain't nobody I know.
I'm sorry to be a burden on your brain. Shake my hand.
Nah.
Oh, rats.
Had to try.
See you later.
Not if you see me first.
The woman was obviously English. She had all the qualities of Boadicea, Elizabeth I, and Margaret Thatcher rolled into one. It wasn't a pretty sight. I recognized the guy. It was the Nobel Prize winner from the country whose name I couldn't pronounce. The clerk wore a disdainful expression, like he'd been born with it. I want some information.
Who are you? The police?
I'm conducting a private investigation.
Ah, I know only too well what you mean. That is one of the drawbacks of the catering business. When people book into an hotel, they leave their morals at home, no?
Hey, shake my hand.
I'd rather not, monsieur. I'm still sore from the shock administered by one of the guests. He was secretly concealing an electrical device in the palm of his hand. Practical jokes are so puerile, don't you think?
Oh, yeah, sure. Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
Yes, monsieur. That man is one of our guests.
What name?
I cannot tell you that.
Can you tell me which room the man in the photograph has taken?
Oh, no, monsieur. That information is confidential.
Would it make a difference if I told you the guy in the photo was a murderer?
We are accustomed to catering for celebrities, monsieur. Movie stars, politicians, royalty, sporting personalities, they all stay here.
I'm looking for a man who dresses like a clown.
This is a highly respectable hotel, monsieur. There are no clowns here.
If you say so. Thanks for your help, buddy. Excuse me, didn't I see your picture in the news? You're that Nobel Prize winner from some unpronounceable Eastern European state.
Yes, that is me, in person.
I don't want to worry you, but have you had any threats on your life? You know, mysterious phone calls, letters made up of headlines cut from the newspaper.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you recognize this man? He calls himself Khan.
Yes, I know this man. Why do you carry his photograph?
I'm a private detective. This is a photo of Khan, right?
That is just one of the names by which he is known.
This is a photo of Khan, right?
Yeah.
That is just one of the names by which he is known.
Do you know a guy called Plantow?
I don't know anybody in Paris.
Oh, well, this guy's dead anyhow.
Why do you ask me about dead men? I have seen enough of death to last me a lifetime.
I'm, sure you have. Thanks for your help.
Goodbye.
Hey, DJ Kama.
Hi there, ma'am.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
I'm looking for a man.
You disappoint me, my dear. For one foolish moment I thought... But never mind. Aren't you going to tell me your name?
George Stobart, ma'am.
How sweet! I once had a stable boy called George. I am Lady Piermont. The common reaction is to kneel and stutter, but it's not obligatory.
A real lady? I mean, you're an honest-to-God aristocrat?
Oh, I don't know about that. Few of my ancestors are honest, not even to God. I can trace my family back to the Normans, but don't let that intimidate you, George. Beneath that impressive pedigree, I'm just flesh and blood. The blood may be blue, but the flesh is the plump beef of old England. You appear distracted, George. Is there any way I can help you?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
My God, it's him! That's Merlin!
She represented everything I loved about the English. The lady was totally deranged. Merlin? You mean King Arthur's wizard?
Good heavens, no! Monsieur Merlin is a fellow guest.
Did I show you this photograph?
Yes, darling.
The man you know as Merlin is a fake.
What do you mean, sweetie?
He's a murderer. He also uses the name Khan.
I am shocked, Mr. Stobart. Shaken. I took him to be a gentleman, a man of honor. You know, I'd rather like to assist you in stitching him up.
When did you last see Merlin?
It was no more than an hour ago. He came downstairs and spoke to that clerk chappie. Something passed hands. I couldn't see what exactly.
A briefcase?
No, smaller than that. A bundle of papers, perhaps. The clerk put it in the hotel safe and Merlin went out.
Are you sure you saw Merlin putting documents in the safe?
Yes, darling, positive.
I wonder what they were.
Obviously something of great importance.
Yeah. I'd sure like to get my hands on whatever it is. I'll bet they had something to do with Plantar's briefcase.
Hey, Ricardo, did I say thank you for the 5 memberships? I don't believe I have said thank you.
I have to go, ma'am.
Thank you. I just realized it was in the middle of a cutscene and everything was happening at once and I was totally...
Magnificent old Steinway piano.
But I really appreciate it. Wait.
Just a minute, monsieur.
What's your problem?
No problem, if you cooperate.
What do you want?
Just a routine security check. Nothing to worry yourself about.
Oh, well, all right.
Search him, sir.
You bet!
Hey, knock it off. Get off, you big ape.
Nothing, Guido. Zilch!
Our apologies, monsieur.
What? I had to report you to the authorities.
Round here, we are the authorities.
You want I should break his arms?
No. Let him go, Flap.
Oh, even more untrustable. That's insane. Madman.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
Can you think of any use for this tool, ma'am?
I can think of someone I'd like to use it on.
Would you like to shake my hand, ma'am?
Now, George, there's no need to be so formal. We met as tourists, and I want to keep it that way, despite the enormous social gulf between us.
Ouch.
Did you know there's a gangster out front?
What makes you think he's a gangster?
The Italian suit and the bulge in his pocket?
I know plenty of men with Italian suits and bulges in their pockets. That doesn't necessarily make them gangsters.
Are you here in Paris on vacation?
No, darling, I'm on holiday. I needed to get away after Algy's funeral.
I didn't realize you were mourning the loss of a loved one.
I'm not. He was my husband.
Can you think of any use for this tool, ma'am?
I can think of someone I'd like to use it on.
Did I show you this photograph?
Yes, darling.
Has Merlin returned to the hotel?
No, he hasn't. Are you going to search his room?
If I could get in there, I would. That gangster I told you about? He went through my pockets just now.
Good heavens! One never knows what to expect in foreign parts. Thank you for the warning, young man. I shall hide my credit cards in my underwear.
I'm sorry to hear about your husband's death.
You wouldn't be if you knew him, my dear. It gave me the opportunity to take a well-deserved holiday. Daphne suggested a change of scenery. Paris, she said. A wild romance is just what you need to take your mind off the inquest. Well, the closest I came to romance was being wooed by a drunken Breton chef. I must say I was disappointed with his coq au vin. Not at all what I was expecting. I was thinking of cutting my holiday short, packing my bags and heading back to Hemel Hempstead. That was until last night.
What happened to you last night?
I was stricken, Mr. Stobart. Cupid's arrow has cleft my bosom.
They couldn't really miss.
It was just as I'd always imagined it should be. The intimacy of candlelight, romantic music tinkling across the room, and then the stranger's glance. Those brooding eyes, that suave manner, those tight trousers. He was the man I'd been waiting for all my life.
I'm glad he finally turned up after all these years.
Ah, but it wasn't to be. He was merely toying with my affections. And if I ever catch up with him, he's dead.
I have to go, ma'am.
What now, monsieur?
I'd like to retrieve something from your safe.
Ah, oui, monsieur. May I see some form of identification?
Like what?
A driving license, perhaps?
I don't drive.
Your passport?
I don't have it with me. I could show you my operation scar.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I must have some form of unique ID.
You won't find a more unique ID than my scar.
I'm sorry. I must insist on a more traditional identification.
Rats. I've just been manhandled by a gorilla.
Yes? I do not see any signs of a...
This is the difference, Ultrafin.
No, not a real gorilla. It was a guy who looked like a gorilla. It happened right out front of this building.
Let me get this quite clear. Are you complaining or bragging?
I want to know what you're going to do about it. The scrawny one has a gun.
I suggest you contact the police.
Can't you do anything about them?
What goes on in the streets of Paris is hardly my responsibility.
Thanks for your help, buddy. Hanging from a brass hook was a key and a plastic tag.
Excusez-moi, monsieur.
What?
You were trying to steal that key, no?
No way. It was the register of guests staying at the hotel. There was no one registered under the name of Khan, but the name in the book for room 22 was Merlin.
What now, monsieur?
About the key hanging on the hook over there.
Oui, monsieur.
Which room is it for?
Number 21.
Is that room taken?
No. The guests checked out this morning.
I'd like to check into room 21.
That is not possible.
How come? You said it was vacant.
It is reserved for another guest.
Rats.
No, monsieur. Dutch.
Did I show you this photograph?
Yes, you did, monsieur.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
Stop playing.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
Would you distract the clerk while I borrow a key?
Are you asking me to aid you in a criminal act, darling?
Oh no, it's the key to an empty room.
And why, may I ask, do you wish to gain access to an empty room? Do you plan to squat?
No, ma'am.
Scout's honor?
I was never in the Boy Scouts, ma'am.
No, you should have been. What were your parents thinking of? It's a fine way for a boy to get licked into shape. Now tell me, why do you want to get into that room?
It's next to the room the killer is using.
Ah, so you plan to eavesdrop on Merlin?
I was hoping there might be a connecting door.
I shouldn't think my feminine charms would be much use in this case, but a good dose of English arrogance might do the trick.
Here we go.
I say, you there, flunky?
Oui, madame.
Listen carefully. You do understand English, don't you?
But of course, madame.
Good. I wish to deposit some jewelry for safekeeping.
I understand.
Are you quite certain?
Oh, bien sûr, madame.
Over to you, my dear.
We got the key.
The sign on the door read 21. The sign on the door read 22. If the tailor's description was correct, this was the killer's room. The door was locked. Maybe it wasn't the right room, but this was the right key. It was a massive mahogany wardrobe. There was nothing in the wardrobe apart from a vague, lingering smell of camphor. The cabinet was empty, but it smelt of onions. No kidding, it really did.
Hey, Alot. Look at this. It already looked so good. That's a new bird's nest. And if you just joined in, I'm comparing the original graphics with the Reforged version that came out 2 weeks ago. Hey, BGM.
The assassin had been too smart to leave incriminating evidence beside his bed.
Thanks for playing Revolt with us last Friday. That was fun. I totally forgot. To do this.
The bed was freshly made, and the crisp white sheets told me nothing about the killer's habits. It was the battered leather briefcase I'd seen Plantar carrying just before he died. I searched the interior of the briefcase, but as I'd half expected, it was empty.
Too bad you couldn't get Worms to work on a Mac. Hey, a new follower on Twitch. That's nice. We we met a follower goal. 200 followers on Twitch. How cool is that?
The interior of the closet was large enough for me to climb right in. The pants were newly laundered and pressed with immaculate creases. There was nothing in the pockets of the pants.
And another! Hey, there he is, Khan, or Merlin.
I had the kind of feeling in my stomach that would usually send me running to the bathroom.
See you in a bit, Aloyd. That's the pants.
The pants matched the jacket which the killer had lost in Paris. I couldn't believe my luck when I found 2 items in the pockets of the pants. The first was an ordinary matchbook. No matches, no clues. The second was a pass card which read, Thomas Merlin, Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Alright, I'm gonna go for a quick toilet break. I'll be right back. See you in 2 minutes. Don't leave. It's not Pikachu. He does have a crown. It is a king. It is a king. Here's the answer. Crestline. You guessed it right. King Furby. Nice. Right, back to the game.
Room number 23. The door was locked. In the back of the office was a small safe with a combination lock.
It's
What now, monsieur?
Does this pass mean anything to you?
That is Monsieur Merlin's property.
That's right. Merlin the murderer. I want to see what he's left in your safe.
Impossible. I cannot betray his confidence, no matter what you say he's done.
You're making a big mistake.
Maybe. I can live with that.
yes, you got time to get some tea. There's plenty more to do.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, monsieur.
Thanks for your help, buddy.
Show the ID card to her.
Hi, ma'am.
Hello, George. What can I do for you now?
I found this pass in Merlin's room.
Cheers.
So, that deceitful little man is passing himself off as an electrician, is he?
Uh-huh. This guy probably has 1,000,000 faces. I showed the pass to the clerk, hoping he'd give me Merlin's papers, but he wouldn't buy it. He's too scared.
I'll give him something to be scared of. Follow me, George! Did you place a package from Merlin in the hotel safe?
I did, madame.
And did my friend here show you Merlin's identification?
Indeed he did, but
What?
She just likes adventure.
he isn't Merlin.
A mere academic detail. Give him the package.
But that is against the law.
I happen to be a justice of the peace, you silly man. I am the law. If he tries anything, shoot him, George.
My pleasure, Lady Piermont.
One moment, please.
You know, I haven't enjoyed myself this much since Greenham Common.
I don't know what I would have done without you, Lady Piermont.
Voilà, monsieur. Le manuscrit de Monsieur Merlin.
Thanks.
How satisfying. An Anglo-American alliance that actually worked.
The clerk had given me a tightly rolled sheet of parchment. I decided not to unroll it until I was safely back in Nico's apartment. It was the ancient manuscript which Khan had stolen from Plantar. The door was locked.
Come on, man, think. That guy is not even pissed for the fact that we stole that room 21 key. Because he surely would have noticed, right? Oh. Wait.
I knew this was no way to treat an ancient manuscript, but I couldn't let it fall into the hands of the goons waiting outside.
Because those guys will frisk me. Is there a possibility you can die there? Because then we should.
Locked.
Because I just saved. Or are you just spitballing here right now? Because if there's a way to die, then let's die.
If I wanted my shins sticking out of my shoulders, I could have jumped. Mama Stobar didn't raise no suicidal fools, though. The cobbles of the alleyway looked very distant and very hard.
So if we load the game... It's a good thing this features autosaves. This is just before we threw the manuscript outside on the floor. Let's see what happens if we try to leave the hotel.
Hold it right there. Search him again, Flat.
Is this what you're after, Guido?
See, that's it.
I can explain everything. Well, almost everything.
Too late. You're on your way to feed the fishes.
I'm allergic to fish. I break out in blotches when I eat tuna.
Let's go.
We met the fishes. That's nice, Marty. See you soon, man. Whenever there's a way to die, let me know. Yes.
Hold it right there. Search him again, Flat.
Nothing, Guido.
Okay, let him go.
If the manuscript was what Flap and Guido were after, they were going to be disappointed. I couldn't wait to get back to Nico.
No death counted tonight. These are deliberate deaths. Can we trust her?
She's not going to believe what I found.
A key with 21 on it?
The clown's costume, is it?
It's a medieval manuscript.
Alot, say hi to the cash register lady.
Safe at the U-boot.
It's incredible. Is this what he took from Plantark?
It could be, which means it's worth enough to kill for.
Yeah, and the thing is,
Look at that.
I got plenty.
Guys on the same horse.
Oh yeah, Maybe they couldn't afford one each. What of it?
Have you ever heard of the Knights Templar? Their official seal was an image of two knights sharing a horse. Whatever this manuscript means, it's connected with the Templars.
How come you know about these knights?
I learned about them while writing an article on the Crusades. This guy, named Hughes de Payen, arrived one day at the court of King of Jerusalem. He offered to protect the Christian pilgrims from the displaced Muslim army. The king would be able to guarantee safe transit to Christians in the Holy Land. Safer journeys meant more pilgrims, and pilgrims meant trade and wealth. The Templars proved invaluable to the king as a mercenary army. It was said that they never asked how many the enemy numbered, just where they were.
This is just the first Assassin's Creed.
Years went by, the Templars grew in wealth and numbers. They were so rich, even kings came to them for loans. But at the height of their power, they fell foul of the King of France. He rounded them up and turned them over to the Inquisition. Thousands of Templars were subject to torture and confessed to heresy. Of course, at the hands of the Inquisition, there wasn't much they wouldn't confess to. The last Grand Master Jacques de Molay was burned alive. But the treasure of the Knights Templar was never found.
Jeez. So the treasure is hidden, waiting to be discovered?
If there ever was a treasure, it's been lost for 600 years. Anyway, we're supposed to be investigating a serial killer, not a medieval treasure trove.
But maybe that's what the clown and his accomplices are after. Maybe this manuscript is the key.
You'd better leave it here for safekeeping. Think about it, Josh. One guy's already died for it, as you said yourself. Besides, that parchment is fragile.
Okay, I'm convinced. You keep hold of it. Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Let's face it, we need help, George. Someone who knows about these things.
Who do you suggest? Indiana Jones?
No, Alabama Smith.
Specializes in medieval studies. His name is Lobinol.
Huh. Some stuffy old fossil who gets horny over ancient relics, I suppose.
Far from it. André isn't stereotypical.
Far from it.
Where can I find
Omelette de
this lovely guy?
fromage.
At the Krone Museum. I'll give you the address.
A knight with a crystal ball. There's
Ball night.
written on the scroll beside the knight.
Yes, but it's written in Latin. Per disciplinam mea lux videbis.
By my teachings, you will see the light.
So this is what they had in mind with
Where
this.
did you learn a trick like that?
A trick? I studied law, okay? I can read Latin.
My, you're touchy. Tell me that again.
Through my teachings, you will be enlightened. There's a woman looking at her reflection in a mirror, but the reflection has 3 hideous faces.
She reminds me of the wicked queen in Snow White.
She was the one who said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall," wasn't she? She made me cry so much when I was a kid, Mom carried me out of the movie theater.
She didn't frighten me in the least.
Like I said, I was only a kid. I didn't like the crocodile in Peter Pan either. There's a guy working on a loom. He's weaving a carpet or a towel.
Good for him.
Or a duvet cover. It's a clue to a place, I reckon. Somewhere famed for weaving and ships.
Where folk live in barrels?
It beats copper boxes.
There's a guy with a sword and a bull.
The only mythological bull I know of is the Minotaur, but he was only half bull.
I don't think I'd like to be half a bull, even if it was the bottom half.
What's that object between them?
It looks like a gem on top of a tripod. Did you live with your father?
Yes, my mother went off with her new boyfriend. I don't mind. Papa was all I needed. 4 years later, he died in a plane crash.
I'm sorry.
Well, it's all right. I don't mind talking about it. He was more like an older brother, really, always joking and laughing. Papa always wanted I should study art. That's why I went to college.
Did you learn about photography at college?
Yes.
God, no. I couldn't afford the materials. We were billed for everything we used. Paint, canvas, paper. Most of my year turned to minimalism. It was cheaper. I used to go poaching in the park for squirrel hair. The only time I wasn't hungry was the term I did printing. I used to eat the potatoes.
You're making fun of me, aren't you?
Oh, no.
Do you have a boyfriend?
Not anymore. There was someone. A guy in my final year. But he
Give her the flowers. Again.
visited my degree.
I'm sorry.
I'm not.
I like this pillow right here, by the way. That's not in the original. Let's go.
Maybe I'll check out the Kroon Museum.
I'm sure you'll find it useful, George.
Another green car. Hmm. I think I'm not done yet. Me too, Coolio. Me too. And that's why I had to check if it was in the original like this. It's not there. It is there. Wait.
Hi, George.
Hi, George. Too bad you cannot browse through the whole apartment.
Maybe I'll check out...
I'm sure you'll find it useful, George.
Wait, where am I going? There was something I could do with this tripod. Because he automatically engages into...
Hi, George.
I saw that just now, Jonas.
Maybe I'll check out the Kroon Museum.
I'm sure you'll find it useful, George.
I'll go through to the museum. Sure. Muziekgroen. Wow. Oh yeah.
In the case was a spindly tripod, blackened with age and pitted with rust.
That's the same thing that holds...
Identical to the tripod picture on the manuscript.
with the gem in it.
Others identified it as 15th century from Western Ireland. It had been found in Loch Marne at the site of a Knights Templar preceptory. Ireland!
What's that?
This tripod was found in Ireland.
I will have to ask you to keep your voice down.
Yes.
Sorry, I was excited.
I don't want to bother all of the other nobodies here. I'll just... I know enough, mister. Let's go to Joan Romero Town.
Definitely the one on the manuscript. The Templar connection confirmed it. I was tempted to go to Ireland to check it out.
But first we have to tell Nicole. That's not where Nico lives, but nice try. She lives at the Jury. Oh, Nico, I got news. I'm leaving you. Going to Riverdance Town.
I found the tripod.
Where?
In the museum. It belonged to the Templars. It was dug up in Ireland at a place called Loch Marn.
I have heard of Loch Marn. I read an article about the castle. Take a look for yourself.
Dude, don't pose on our table like that.
Popular gossip magazine. You read that rubbish?
No, I write it.
Professor Nigel Pegram, excavating the medieval castle at Loch Marn. That's strange.
What?
He resigned his chair at Durham University in order to devote his time to the excavation. Not only that, but he canceled the filming of a 4th series of his popular television program.
That magazine looked great. I don't remember that being in the original. Angel of Liberty, no.
Marn must be...
I decided to skip on that one. For reasons.
History. They're all cuckoo.
All the same, I'd like to talk to this Professor Pegram. How do you feel about a trip to Ireland?
Disappointed.
Huh?
That I won't be going. I want to follow up the Bellotta case. If you really think Pegram's dam is important, why don't you visit Loch Marn?
On my own? I'm not so sure about that. Where is Ireland exactly? I'll see you later.
Okay. Keep me informed if you find anything new.
L'aéroport de... Ah, oui, oui, le Amsterdam. So I'm from here, and last summer I drove all the way this way. No, this way. We took the ferry here. Then we drove all the way up to... Wait a minute. No. We took the ferry here, not like this. Oh, this is not correct. Oh, wait, it is. There are no borders. Wait, where's the Denmark border? There it is. We took the ferry here. We went to Copenhagen. We chilled out. We took this long ass bridge here, which was expensive. And then we drove halfway through here, took a hotel, and then we drove all the way, I think about here. The game doesn't like if you touch Sweden. What the fuck? That's only when you touch Sweden. Of course we went to the Malmö. Through Malmö. Heh? Why does the game make noise? Only if you touch Sweden. I think I found a bug. No. Holy shit.
Several hours later, I arrived in Ireland, the Emerald Isle. I'd been lucky to get a bus from Dublin to the tiny village of Loch Marn. On the way out, the driver told me there was only one service a day.
Alold, you did get her number, right?
It was a featureless plastic box firmly attached to the wall of the building. The lad was doing his best to express his adolescent aggression. His effort was somewhat diminished by the fringe of milk on his lightly feathered upper lip. Hi there.
What?
What's your name, kid?
Who are you calling kid? Who the hell are you?
Russo's the name. Murder's my game.
Are you a detective?
Let's just say I'm here to find the truth.
Cool. Just like on the telly.
Cut the crap and tell me your name.
Liam McGuire.
What are you doing hanging around the bar, McGuire?
I'm on the run from me dad.
Why? Did you do something bad?
I ain't done nothing, boss.
You can tell me, kid. Is it your dad?
Oh, sir. He drinks every last penny down his evil throat. And there's me poor old mother, bedridden and dying of presumption. I tried to buy her medicine. Chopped firewood for Father Mahoney till me fingers bled. The old skinflint cheated me too. But I took the pennies he gave me back home. Look, Ma, says I. See what your darling son has earned with his own sweat and blood. When suddenly, me dad appears and grabs the loot. I'm off to Dublin heavy drinking, says he. Watch out till I get back. That's why I runned away.
Something in the grin on his face told me he wasn't being strictly truthful. Compared to him, Huckleberry Finn was a candidate for Altar Boy of the Year. See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
Ah, yeah, the bar. That was fun.
The guy with the fiddle seemed oblivious to everything except his playing. Meanwhile, everyone else in the bar seemed oblivious to him. I'd been taught not to judge people by their appearance or their clothes or the length of their hair. Nobody ever said anything about runny noses. The young red-haired guy was plainly nervous about something. Perhaps he felt threatened by the presence of a handsome dude like me. Hi there, old-timer.
What?
Nasty cold you've got there. As soon as the words left my lips, I regretted them.
Is there such a thing as a cold which isn't nasty? I put the question to Father Mahoney. Father, says I, why were we born to suffer snot?
What did he say?
He said, it's my reward for being out all night like a sinner. Pious prig. Anyway, this is no ordinary cold. 'Tis the hay fever.
Halitosis?
Thank you. You're not a policeman, are you?
Excuse me?
Police? No. I'd know it if you were.
Can I buy you a beer?
Very kind, I'm sure. But I don't drink the stuff Leary sells.
What's wrong with it?
I've seen what it can do.
I'll see you later. My name's George.
Pleased to meet you, mister. My name's Fitzgerald.
Can I get you another drink?
Oh, no, thank you. I shouldn't be drinking at all. I'm on tablets for my nerves. More than a pint and I'll pass out.
See you later.
Top of the morning to you.
I beg your pardon.
Well, that's what you Irish say, isn't it?
Do you want something? Or are you just flaunting your xenophobia?
Well, I was trying to be sociable.
Is it a room you're after?
No, thank you. I don't plan to stay too long.
Who does? Most folk take one look at Lochmarden and jump back on the bus.
I'll try a glass of beer, please.
Is this your first pint of real ale?
Well, I guess so. What's real ale, anyhow?
Beer that's brewed from natural ingredients to traditional methods. It shouldn't be kept under pressure or refrigerated. And finally, it should have a good body and distinctive character.
In other words, it's flat and
I like it.
fits in.
Yeah.
She fall over.
Thanks. The glass contained a dark liquid like molasses with a creamy white froth on the top. Hi, my name's Stobart, George Stobart.
Hello there, mister. What can I do for you?
Can you tell me anything about the castle on the hill?
Oh, I don't know much about anything. You should ask Mr. O'Brien here. He just joined up writing. Would you be one of them history fellas yourself?
That's right, Professor Stobart, Miskatonic University.
You're an archaeologist. And you're asking us about the castle.
Excuse me, Mr. O'Brien. The gentleman was talking to me. How come you didn't leave with the others?
I didn't know they'd gone.
Oh, yes. Packed their spades and shovels and away they went.
Seems I missed all the excitement.
What excitement?
Professor Pegram's discovery. Haven't you heard?
No.
Do you know anything about Pegram's excavation?
Only that he didn't have the right tools for the job. What he needed was shovels and a JCB.
Pegram was digging for historical remains, not coal.
Is that a fact? What the hell for?
It's the science of archaeology, Pat. Understanding how people used to live by what they've left behind. One day archaeologists might be digging up our remains.
Imagine that, Mr. O'Brien. I wonder what they'll find.
Well, it won't be arrowheads and beakers. Past food cartons and favourite condoms, more likely.
Is it true that Pegram found a valuable gem?
What? First I heard of it.
Where have you been, Pat? That gem is the talk of every town from Lochmarn to Ballydoon.
Nobody told me.
The lucky sod. So that's why he scampered.
Bye for now. He wasn't listening. The guy with the fiddle seemed oblivious to everything except his playing. Meanwhile, everyone else in the bar seemed oblivious to him.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
Excuse me?
No customers behind the bar. Ever.
The young red-haired guy was plainly nervous about something. Perhaps he felt threatened by the presence of a handsome dude like me.
Hello.
What can you tell me about the castle?
There's nothing there. Just an old ruin.
How old?
I really couldn't tell you.
Have you ever explored the castle yourself?
I used to play there sometimes, when I was a kid. Then one of the little ones fell off the wall, broke his head and died. We didn't go there anymore.
You haven't been up there recently?
No.
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
No. At least I don't think so.
Look closely. He has a scar on his face.
No, I'm sure I don't know him.
See you later. Hello again.
What?
What's that you're making?
It's a necklace, me bucko.
Oh, sure. Made out of steel wire?
That's right. A necklace for my pretty one. When my little lover feels it round her slender neck, she'll be mine. All mine.
Do you know Pegram the archaeologist?
That's the scrawny fellow who was poking around at the castle, isn't it? No, I don't know him.
Were you aware that Pegram was conducting an archaeological dig?
I don't meddle in other people's affairs. They don't interest me.
I'll see you later.
Alright, we're gonna do something cool. Hey, Slaz.
As soon as the old guy looked away, I grabbed his piece of wire.
Hello.
Do you know Professor Pegram?
He's the archaeologist, isn't he?
That's right. Where can I find Professor Pegram?
I heard he's gone fishing. I don't know where.
Did you work at Professor Pegram's dig?
What gave you that idea?
Have you heard about the gem which Pegram found?
I've heard a rumor, but you can't believe everything you hear or see, can you?
There's so much dialogue in this game.
Later. It was an electric pump operated by pushing a small lever. As the man raised his arm to drink, I snatched the towel away.
Hello.
Sorry to bother you. Hey, McGuire.
What do you want to know?
Do you know a man called Pegram?
Can you describe him like on the telly in the cop shows?
He's an English archaeologist.
I know the man you mean if he's the one.
What can you tell me about the castle, McGuire?
What do you want to know?
Well, can I get inside?
No, it's locked up.
Does anyone live there?
No, only...
What?
Oh, nothing.
Have you seen a guy dressed as a clown?
Here in Lochmarn, they all dress like clowns.
The man I'm looking for is a dangerous psychotic.
Jesus. It's just like that film I saw. There's this clown, see? And he's after this kid who saw him kill a guy. He tries to warn the sheriff, only no one believes him. Then, while he's in the tub, the clown cuts him up with a chainsaw.
My God.
That was in Texas.
Suitable for a kid like you?
Who are you calling a kid? I'm 25.
Yeah, right. You're not a day over 14.
Oh no, it's 25 that I am. Married with a car and 3 kids. 10 kids if you count the wives.
What do you make of this, kid?
Hey, that's one of Leary's towels. He'll skin you alive.
That old windbag doesn't scare me. Anyhow, I'm only borrowing it.
You're pretty cool, mister. For an old guy.
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
Hello.
Ever seen this towel before?
Doesn't it belong on the bar?
Very observant, Fitzgerald. What do you suppose this wire is used for?
How should I know?
See you later. Hello again.
What?
If I was a woman, I wouldn't think much of a wire necklace.
It's not made for a woman. I've got my sights on tastier dishes than women. Flesh as smooth and tender as a maiden's. Bones as soft and white as a newborn babe's. Rabbit, that's what gets my juices flowing.
I'll see you later. Hey! Hello there again, mister. Did anyone from the village work at Pegram's Dig?
I tried it myself, but that high and mighty history man called me incontinent. What a nerve. Hadn't I dug more holes than the rest of them put together?
Do you remember seeing Sean Fitzgerald at the dig?
Let me see now. I think me brain box needs a spot of lubrication.
Can I buy you a drink?
You most certainly can.
Give me a drink for my friend here.
Who? Doyle? Has he conned you into buying for him? Shame on you, Patrick. Same again.
Just a point this time, Michael.
1 point of brown coming up.
Do you remember Sean Fitzgerald now?
I can picture the scene as if it was only last week. Come to think of it, it was only last week. Fitzgerald was there all right. Him and a bunch of students. He was speaking with the boss man.
Bye for now.
Hello.
Doyle told me you definitely worked at the dig.
You don't believe him, do you? Patrick Doyle is a moron and a scoundrel.
Even so, he saw you talking to Pegram.
You can't prove that, mister.
See you later.
Gesundheit.
Hey, McGuire.
What do you want to know?
Can you tell me where I'd find Pegram?
No, I can't, 'cause he's not here now, but if I sees him, I'll ask him.
Do you know what Pegram was doing in the castle?
Digging for buried treasure. Jewels and gold and skeletons, like in the films.
Do you know anything about Pegram's dig?
He wouldn't let me anywhere near it. I offered to help, but he chased me off. I didn't want to see his smelly old hole anyhow.
Did anyone from the village work at the dig?
Pegram bought some students and bums with him. He reckoned no one in Lochmarn would know what to look for. The only local guy who worked for him was Sean Fitzgerald.
Fitzgerald says he's never been anywhere near the dig.
He's having you on, mister.
Are you sure Fitzgerald worked at the dig?
Oh, yes. It was him, all right. Would I tell a lie?
Well, he denies it.
I saw them together only last night.
I wish you'd told me that sooner. What were they doing?
Pegram gave Fitzy a box. He didn't look too happy about it.
I knew it. But how am I going to persuade him to part with it?
Break his fingers.
Nah, I couldn't do that.
I could.
Thanks for the offer, kid, but I'll try a more subtle approach.
Chinese burns?
What's Fitzgerald scared of?
Everything and everyone.
So I shouldn't have any trouble getting him to talk.
He's a pushover. But don't scare him too much. Try the soft touch. Butter him up a bit.
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister. Hello.
McGuire says he saw you working at the dig. What's more, he saw you talking with Pegram.
I knew this would happen. I knew I'd get caught. Just my luck. Grasped up by a delinquent and a dimwit.
I need to talk to Professor Pegram, if he's still alive.
What do you mean? Is he in danger?
Yeah, you too, if I'm right.
You're not from the Social Security.
Hell no. What makes you think that?
Well, I was claiming benefit at the same time I was working for Pegram.
I'm not in a position to make judgments, Sean. That's between you and your conscience. All I want is to talk to Pegram about the gem.
But he's not here.
I know that. But he left that package with you, didn't he? So where did Pegram go?
I don't know. I swear it. He came to see me early this morning. Said he was leaving. He asked me to give this package to a guy called Marquet.
Show me what's in the package, Sean.
I can't do that.
Why not?
I promised the professor.
So what? You didn't have any qualms about your benefit scam. So where's the harm in taking a peek inside Pegram's package?
You don't know these people. I can't. I don't dare.
This is your last chance to show me the package, Fitzgerald. I've been patient with you, but now it's time to kick ass.
Who do you?
And chew bubblegum.
Who will?
Man from Paris. Jack Marquet. Pegram told me if I gave him the package unopened, I'd hear no more about it. But if I double-crossed Marquet, I'd be dead.
I'll deal with Jacques Marquet. Give the package to me.
No. Why should I trust you? I don't know who to trust anymore. I wish I'd never even heard of the Lochmarn gem.
Wow, that window is not transparent.
Hey, I just seen a big red.
Get out of here, Maguire. Come back when you're old enough.
What's the lad howling about?
A big red sports car. Sean Fitzgerald's been runned over.
Get out! Noisy little tyke.
Maybe you should send out some medicinal brandy, Michael.
Oh, yes. And who's going to pay for it?
Not me.
Me too, neither.
Alright, let's go back outside. See what happened. Oh.
I was telling the truth about Fitzy, mister.
Okay, calm down. Now tell me what happened.
I was standing here, minding me own business, when I saw this beautiful red sports car coming up over the hill.
Cutscene.
Look at that, says I. And I going over to take a closer look. Next thing, Fitzy comes tearing out.
I do remember this somehow.
Me on me ass. Well, the car just flies at him. It was too fast for poor old Fitzy, and hit him an awful wallop. He goes flying up on top. Jesus, says I thought he was a goner. Next thing, the driver hops out, and I couldn't believe my eyes.
That was cool.
Like a bloody pixie.
Did this pixie have a scar on his cheek?
I couldn't see. He was wearing a stupid mask. Are you a special agent?
Sorry to disappoint you, kid, but I'm not. Did Fitzgerald drop anything when he was hit?
I didn't see. It all happened so fast.
See you later, kid.
Okay, mister.
Absolutely, Jonas. That thing opened up. That's the beer pump, isn't it?
I pushed the switch down, but in doing so it snapped off in my hand.
Alright, I destroyed it. Hey, TTQ.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
May I have another beer, please?
Certainly, sir. Same again?
Yeah, please. How is this stuff made?
That's the secret of the master brewer, sir. Each barrel is lovingly manhandled in time-honored fact.
Hey, Gerrit.
Suspended on skillfully tied ropes of the finest hemp, lowered into the cellar, utilizing the forces of original gravity, like manna from heaven. I'm sorry, but the pump appears to be broken.
I can fix it for you.
I don't think so. This is a job for a professional electrician. Oh well, at least the glass washer is still working. It's not my beer, is it?
Thanks. Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
It just so happens I'm an electrician. Check out my credentials.
Well, no. Isn't that marvelous? Ha, here's the house bedeviled with faulty wiring of a wayward nature. Here's you, an electric man,
with a little plastic card to prove it. I still want to see what you can do before I let you touch me beer pumps. You can make a start on the glass washer. And when you finish that, will you take a look at the pumps?
There was nothing.
Hey Gerrit.
I used all my knowledge of electrical engineering to examine the plug. Seemed fine to me. There was nothing physically wrong with the glass washer. I couldn't see anything obviously wrong with the machine. I figured it must be the wiring. I replaced
a little bit
piece of wire. I knew it was dangerous, but I was desperate enough to disregard everything I knew about standard safety precautions. Excuse me, Mr. Leary. I fixed your glass washer, no problem.
Bingo! And a blessing to all the saints.
His voice!
Hi to that man on the house. Now, could you take a look at the beer pumps?
Well, I guess so, but I'm not making any promises.
If you can't fix them, I'll have a riot on me hands.
The pumps are in the cellar, right?
That's right. You'll find a flashlight down there somewhere.
Sometimes the voice of the main character reminds me of Tommy from Prey 2005, 2006, 5, 6.
What a dumb place to store a flashlight. A dark cellar.
But he does the same kind of narration.
Down there was to feel around. I pushed the lever and heard the grating of metal, but nothing appeared to happen. I pulled the lever and the bolt creaked back into place. I pushed the lever and heard the grating of metal, but nothing appeared to happen. My hand closed on a long metal rod.
It's okay, Jonas. Thanks for hanging out. Maybe you could check out the rest tomorrow. Hey! Okay. Yeah, okay.
It was impossible to return the switch to its original position. I lifted the trap door and an overpowering smell of stale beer rose from the cellar below. I looked down on a stone-tiled floor, way too far to jump.
The fuck?
Excuse me.
There was a nasty feeling in my guts I usually associated with light opera. It was Khan. What's the problem?
Did you see what happened here a few minutes ago?
What was that?
A man was involved in an unfortunate accident.
I didn't see anything.
What about the boy?
He doesn't know anything either. The kid, well, you know how it is in these rural communities. Not enough genes to go round. I prayed McGuire had the sense to keep his mouth shut. Was the guy hurt bad?
He's been taken care of, but he thinks he dropped a small parcel. You didn't happen to find it, did you?
If I had, I would have taken it to the police.
Of course. Thank you.
Then I noticed a flash of light. Something sparkling beneath the open trapdoor.
Holy shit, this game is cool.
It was Peagrim's gem, all right. A large, uncut blue stone. As I held it aloft, I realized the fascination it could command. I guess I was already under its spell.
Did you find it?
What?
Whatever you was looking for.
Yeah. Listen, McGuire. I want you to keep this to yourself.
No problemo. Just chuck us up a crate of lager.
No way. You're not old enough.
We can sell it and make some cash.
Forget it, kid. I couldn't betray Mr. Leary's trust.
I could, for sure. That old misery guts deserves it.
If you want to do me a favor, keep a lookout for that guy in the suit.
Okay. But it'll cost you a packet of chips.
Oh, come on.
Oh, and shout if you see that Ferrari.
I was about to reach for the pump when I came to my senses. A rash move like that in a strange country with strange customs could be my last. The faucet creaked, coughed, and spewed out a stream of rusty-colored water. It was a rusty faucet.
Oh, wait. Let's clog the place. Quiddix, thanks for hanging out, man. Have a good night.
I looked among the cleaning materials, but saw nothing I could use. It was a rusty faucet. I shut off the faucet as tight as I could, but it kept on dripping. The faucet creaked, coughed, and spewed out a stream of rusty-colored water. I held the towel under the faucet and soaked it with water.
Yeah, I'm not a plumber, I'm an electrician. Let's go to the castle. Wow, look at that. Great haystacks of destiny. Before we talk to this farmer, I'm gonna go for a quick toilet break, and therefore you guys need to do a very quick little quiz. How about this music quiz? This is an easy one. I'll be back in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. Good luck. Yes? Hij heeft geen tekst op de rug. Hatsé! Wasn't Carmageddon. No. Good try though. Oh, nobody guessed it? Alright. Hello, farmer.
The farmer's cry
Good night, Dad.
was set in a mask of aesthetic appreciation. His feet were set in a pair of manure-caked boots.
Hi.
Do you speak English?
Well, no, what if I was to say no? An implication of cognizance shrouded in denial. A pretty poser of a paradox indeed.
I gave him the look I'd perfected when I was 12 and was going to be the greatest hypnotist of all time. It was a killer.
Are you attempting to hypnotize me, or is it the constipation you're suffering?
I was a little out of practice. Have you seen Professor Pegram?
No, he's packed up and gone.
Do you happen to know where?
Back in England, I suppose.
Did you happen to see a red sports car down on the road?
I caught a glimpse of a flash of red on the hill and heard the racket. Sure, it was an awful noise. A sports car, you say?
A Ferrari, to be exact.
A racing car? And what was it doing here? The poor fella must have been lost.
The driver of the Ferrari was involved in an accident.
Is that so?
Yeah, he knocked somebody down outside the bar.
What an idiot! How could a thing like that happen?
He was traveling too fast.
So fast, he ran right under the car?
I mean, the car was traveling too fast.
But you'd have thought the idiot could have heard it coming.
Maybe you know the guy who was hit by the Ferrari. His name is Sean Fitzgerald.
Oh, I know him all right. That's me nephew. The idiot responsible for the stacking of my hay cart. Was he killed by the car?
Oh, no. But he has been abducted.
Well, that's a relief now.
Aren't you going to look for your nephew?
What for? From what you say, it's too late.
Well, you could report the matter to the police.
Better not. Besides, what could they do?
Well, they could mount a search.
They have only the one bicycle between them. In a question of superior acceleration, I put me money on the Ferrari.
I think you ought to know exactly what Sean has gotten himself into.
I'm not sure I want to know.
But you're his uncle, his own flesh and blood.
You're right, but what can I do? If I'm not here to guard it, some idiot might try to climb the haystack. What a moral dilemma. Stay here and guard this potentially lethal agricultural construction, or to go off in search of the prodigal nephew, the very man responsible for said hazard? It'll need some thinking about.
Why, there's no problem.
You're right. Why didn't I think of it before? We'll demolish the haystack.
You don't have to demolish the haystack to go look for Sean. I'll stay here in your place and warn anyone who's silly enough to climb it.
Marvelous! I think I should start me inquiries in the bar.
He strode off in the direction of McDevitt's bar, leaving me to contemplate the stack of hay.
Holy shit, that's so nice.
The stack of hay stopped, short of the top of the wall. Even if I stretched as far as I could, the wall was out of reach. What I needed was a slice or two of Alice's Wonderland. There was a narrow crack between two of the stones where the centuries-old mortar had crumbled away. I inserted the end of the lifting key in the mortarless crack and gave it a firm shove. It remained lodged in the wall, jutting out to form a step. I tugged the lifting key and found it was held quite securely.
Oh, nice. Greatest of all time.
It was the fiercest, meanest-looking old goat I'd ever laid eyes upon. Hey, Billy. The animal fixed on me with an evil glare. Behind the malice and resentment, there was a cool intelligence. How you doing, boy? I felt as threatened as I'd been by the assassin and his goons in Paris. The rope by which the goat was tethered had become tangled on the old plowshare.
Ooh! Ooh, nice!
It was a statue.
It's been 3 years since I've been here, and yet I remember this.
Pieces of stone projected from the back of the carving. The statue was too heavy to lift. It overbalanced into the sand. As I dipped my fingers into the soft white powder, I realized it was.
Wat dan?
Paris.
Ah.
I'd used it in kindergarten to make casts of animal paw prints.
Wait, they call it plaster of Paris? In the Netherlands we call that papier mâché, which is also a French term. It's more French than plaster of Paris. Ah, it's probably French or Paris, French plaster, and we call it papier mâché. Papier mâché.
Stone upright, I noticed it had left a pattern of holes in the sand.
Makes so much sense. Ooh, it made holes. Look at the holes.
5 fingers on the back of the statue had left their impressions in the fine sand.
Alright, maybe we should papier mâché the... I always love doing that with newspaper articles, like blah, 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 blah. I even made masks with that, and kippengaas, chicken gaze. Hop!
I sprinkled the plaster on the sand until the holes were filled.
Then pick it up again.
I smoothed the plaster level with the sand. It was my first experience of home improvement.
Holy shit, don't go Tim Allen on us. Don't go neighbor Nelson. Nelson. What was the neighbor called of Tim the Toolman Taylor? Was it Wilson? The guy with the fisherman's hat and the unknown face. Gips. Ah, but gips is different, right? Gips is...
I squeezed the towel as hard as I could, but it was barely damp.
Gips is for broken bones. But it's the same idea.
I smoothed the plaster level with the sand. It was my first experience of home improvement.
I never knew the term plaster of Paris. Are not the same thing. Ah, alright. And I've said nothing. Then I have said nothing.
The patch of sand where the statue had fallen was covered with a dense sprinkling of plaster. The towel had dried out and was barely damp.
We need to make the towel wet again. Oh, shows like everything with Tim the Toolman Taylor, even that, well, it's a bit of a safe, like, he has that knockoff, that show, Outdoor Man, whatever it's called. It's not that much fun. It's just, it doesn't fit this time anymore because they can't go all in anymore. There's a lot of stuff that can't be said anymore, and the humor back in Tim the Toolman Taylor or Home Improvement was different, but I always liked the
jumping. It was my
late 80s, early 90s vibe of it. Was a big fan of shows like that. Same with, even if you don't like the humor of stuff like Married with Children, it's still enjoyable to watch if you just long for these 90s, you know, the 90s vibes. Yeah, but it's not the same. Did you know that there's one episode, maybe more, I don't know, I haven't seen anything of, not much of it, where a guy visits
soaked it with water.
Tim, not sure what he's called in Last Man Standing, because it's been a while since I've seen that on Comedy Central, but he has a visitor, an entrepreneur kind of guy, and it's his real son from the other show, and he's like, you're kind of familiar to me, but they have this hostility towards each other somehow. And that's kind of funny because in the old show it was his son, but it never, it's, I'm not sure why I knew this. I probably have Googled it back then, but you probably know. Might be Mike Baxter, I'm not sure. But I just love the vibe on old shows like that, like 90s shows and late 80s shows. Though, even Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and stuff like that. But then again, not all of the shows. I never seen Alf, never seen Last Man Standing. But that's too new somehow. It just, the whole concept didn't just age well.
Quickly absorbed.
They're trying to do the same thing as what they did back in the day, and it's not working anymore somehow.
A solid piece of plaster from the sand. Underneath, it had formed a perfect copy of the statue.
Shows like that and modern era stuff just don't mix and match. But that's my opinion.
Placed the fragile plaster cast back on the ground.
Hey, pak op. Op. Pakken.
I eased the solid piece of plaster from the sand. Underneath, it had formed a perfect copy of the statue.
I do have to admit, Moxie and I have been watching Psych, that Canadian-American show. 8 seasons of quirky fun. Put it in there.
The hardened plaster cast fitted snugly into the 5 matching sockets. There was a soft thud, then silence.
Psych is nice. Hey, Rock Dad! Long time no see, how are you doing? And how is your kiddo?
Hi there, would you like to sign
Please sign
my
my
petition?
petition. This is what it looked like. This is what it looks like now. Cutscenes. Eight. What? Holy shit.
So, where did you stay last night?
At McDevitt's. I got to drinking with Doyle and a couple of the guys.
That
Back to
explains
Paris.
Why you look so ill today. Did you get any sleep at all?
Not much. I had to share the room with another guy.
Did he snore?
Hardly. He was dead. Then Leary woke me in the middle of the night to help bail out the cellar.
The cellar was flooded?
Yeah, some idiot had left the faucet running.
And you say Pegram has disappeared?
Without a trace. But my visit wasn't a complete waste of time.
How did I get that through customs?
The Templars gem. Whoever Jacques Marquet is, he's in for a disappointment.
Jacques Marquet?
He's the guy who should have collected the gem from Fitzgerald.
What are your plans?
I want to find out who, what, or where Montfaucon was. All I've got to go by is the name and a picture of a hanged man.
Tell me more about your family.
When I was a little girl, I used to spend the winter with my grandfather and grandma. They were the best times, warm and safe in their tiny cottage. My grandfather rolled cigarettes while my grandma made hot chocolate and cakes. One day, he stopped his rolling. He put the lid back on the tobacco jar and took me in his arms. I laughed and wriggled, but he hushed me to be silent. And with his unshaven chin all scratchy in my ear, he told me his secret.
What did he say?
He said, I don't smoke, but she likes to think I do.
What a weird old man.
Don't call my grandfather weird. He was the nicest guy ever.
That is weird.
I was back in that cottage, instead of this crummy apartment in this noisy city.
I can't sit here all day, much as I'd like to.
Okay. Don't forget to look for Lobineau at the Kron Museum. And why don't you see if Rosso has heard anything?
Okay. Anything else I can do for you while I'm out? Shopping, a trip to the laundromat?
Just take care of yourself.
Wow. I'm constantly comparing the original graphics, though it was a 4:3 resolution, and now we're playing it in a 16:9 resolution. What would happen if I drag this up? Nope, nothing would happen. It would just extend the black bars. Nog 3 pixels. That's the thing. You can choose the window size, but just dragging the size of the window a little bit, but it's not easy. Yep, this is good. Talk to the sergeant. It's the same guy, right?
It was Rosso's sidekick.
Yeah.
Sergeant
Mouet. Hey, Harry Yari.
Excuse me.
Ah, Monsieur Stobart, n'est-ce pas?
That's correct. You remember me.
The retention of such data is part of my duty as a gendarme. That is how crime is fought, through attention to detail, not intuition.
Yes, sure.
I messed up the resolution. Now it's good. I am Monsieur Stobart. Yes.
Have you heard of a man called Marquet?
Yes. He used to be known as the Mole of Montmartre. I heard he's been hospitalized, probably by one of his rivals.
Let's go to the hospital.
See you later, Sergeant.
L'hôpital. Maybe we have to ask where the hospital is.
Excuse me.
What do you want now?
Which hospital was Marquet taken to?
The Hagenmeyer Clinic. In the avenue, there's Hérisson.
See you later, Sergeant.
That's interesting to know. À l'hôpital. Très bien.
The old building managed to retain some of its original grandeur, but the modern additions look like a baseball cap on a statue of a medieval saint.
Holy shit. Time travel. Yeah, I can see why, because the light of this scene doesn't match 7 in the morning nor 7 in the evening. Yes, there are some more animations in here.
I felt a little guilty as I tried the door, like I was about to rob a grave. I gripped the handle with an involuntary tremble in my hand and pulled. The door was locked.
There's so much dialogue in this game. Can barely imagine that this fits on only 2 CDs. As it matches the face. Same thing with part 2. Did you know? Alright, good fun fact, because I know my shit. Don't worry, I don't know much, but I do know my shit. With this game, during the install sequence, it installs really slow. It's probably programmed... dat zie ik nu pas. Dan had ik dat kunnen doen. It's programmed to install on about like 1 time speed, because not everybody has a double speed or 52 speed, 52 times speed, CD player, reader, whatever, CD drive. And this game, during the install, you get to play Pong indeed. Well, not Pong, ball and pedal. Like, what's this doctor doing? He's not working. Wait, let's just see what she is about.
The woman managed to look overworked and hassled, though she didn't appear to be doing anything.
She's playing Pong.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir?
Is this the Hagenmeyer?
No way, Harriet.
That's correct.
So you're a fan.
I thought I was in a garden center.
Oh, the plan.
I haven't played all of them.
A little greenery to evoke the spirit of nature. How may it help you?
I do collect them a bit.
Look at this ID pass.
So you're Merlin. Marquet's been asking for you.
For me?
Yes. He was shouting your name when they brought him in here. Now, let me see. He was on Ward B12.
For the GBA?
Oh, he's being transferred to...
Somebody found me a Wolfenstein for the GBA.
That's... Nurse Grendel's ward.
What's so bad about Nurse Grendel?
She runs that ward like a South American prison.
Keeping a well-disciplined ward isn't a crime, is it?
Well disciplined. In the discipline and punishment stakes, she'd...
Without music.
The Marquis de Sade. Everything, I mean everything, is done to a strict routine. 6 o'clock, alarm pause. 6:10, bowel movement, and woe betide anyone who doesn't have a result. Those patients of hers are like Pavlova's dogs.
She sounds like a real nightmare.
And then some.
If Nurse Grendel is that bad, how come the authorities tolerate her?
She's like part of the furniture.
Oh, you mean she's been here a long time?
No, I mean there's not a man in this clinic who hasn't sprawled out on her.
I was beginning to get the picture. This woman was jealous.
It was ported too quickly.
Capital J.
Somebody did fix it, but that's a custom ROM now.
How do I find Nurse Grendel's ward?
Down the corridor on the left. Turn right at the senior consultant's washroom. Right again at the executive coffee lounge.
Links SS.
Fair left past the administrator's sauna. And turn left at the end. That's J2.
Links, rechts, rechts, links, links. Of zo.
Thanks for your help, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Same with the 3DO. It's meh.
As I turned the corner, I saw the source of the hellish noise which echoed through the corridors. It was an industrial polishing machine with an odd-looking guy in tow.
Hello.
What's that?
I said hello.
Oh, hiya.
I'd like to talk to you for a minute.
That's what I thought you said. Don't look so down in the mouth. No matter how bad things seem, I never let life get on top of me.
Oh, yeah? What's your secret?
Why, it's easy. All you have to do is smile and whistle this little tune.
You know what? If you start whistling, I'll bust you in the teeth.
It's a deal.
Wat? Wat onaardig.
Nothing really.
I wasn't in the mood for shining floors. As I tugged the plug out of the socket, the polishing machine coughed, spluttered, and died.
Mr. Shiny, what's wrong, pal?
Dr. Stobart at your service.
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Pleased to meet you, sir.
Call me George if you like.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's my name.
My name's Benoit, but everyone calls me Bunny.
Bunny?
That's right. I used to wear this cute habit when I was a kid.
Keep it to yourself, Benoit. Do you know anything about a patient named Marquet?
No, sir, I don't know much about any of the patients.
I've never met a doctor who admits that he's only human.
I'm only a trainee, sir. I'm sure I'll get the hang of things.
The hang?
Do you know the nurse on Ward J2?
No, monsieur. This is my first day here. I can't wait to get my hands dirty. I was talking about treating my first patient, of course. I didn't mean I'd get my hands dirty with a nurse.
Shake my hand, Benoit.
I don't think that's a good idea, sir.
How come?
Dermatitis.
I don't have dermatitis.
I do.
See you later.
Right.
Hi, my name's George Stobart.
Aha! Just the man. You must be the new boy.
Yeah, I must be.
Well, stop wandering about and make yourself useful. Bunny, come here, boy.
Boy, he walked through me.
My nephew. Can I trust you to look after him?
Do your own babysitting, Gramps. Who do you think you are?
The ambulance is blue.
I am Felix Hagenmeyer.
And may I say what an honor it is to meet you in person, sir. You are on a medical wall of fame. Right up there with Pasteur and Leary. I look on it as a privilege, no, an honor, to look after your nephew, sir.
He is fresh out of medical school. It will open his eyes to see a real doctor on the job.
I'll bet.
Show him around. Let him see some real suffering.
Suffering?
Do you recognize this red nose, sir?
No, I do not. This is a hospital, not a circus.
There is so much dialogue building.
To the sick in body, not the sick in mind.
May I have the honor of shaking you by the hand?
No.
You may not. I don't encourage physical contact between my staff.
Does this white powder mean anything to you?
No, sir. I do not pretend to know the pharmacist's job.
Have you ever heard of the Club Element?
No, sir. I have not.
What do you make of this tissue, sir?
Intéressant. I thought I knew the ins and outs of the human body, but this has me beat. If I were you, I'd have this sample analyzed.
Look at this, Doc. It's a genuine medieval-type gemstone.
Yes, so I see. Remarkable.
So long, Hagenmeyer.
I like it how they have answers for everything. I do think I played this part, but...
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Oh, hi. Is this Ward J2?
Yes, sir. The patients are ready for your inspection, Doctor.
Thank you, nurse. Well, who's first?
Monsieur Croquet in bed 2.
What's his problem?
He's been complaining of loss of consciousness. You'll need this, Doctor.
She doesn't sound like somebody that runs a bitchin' ward.
She gave me a long, narrow metal box and a stunning smile. Thanks. Hi, I'm Dr. Stobart.
Hello, Doctor.
The nurse told me you keep losing consciousness.
That's right. I've had the problem as long as I can remember. It's a real out-of-body experience. Like death, but not so conclusive.
I see. How long does it last?
Just a fraction of a second, and then I recover.
I might not have been a doctor, but I was formulating a diagnosis all the same. This guy was nuts. I know exactly what you mean. It's known in the medical field as blinking.
Is it serious?
Of course it isn't serious. It's perfectly natural.
But just think, 2 seconds every minute. Why, that's almost half an hour every day. 2 weeks out of every year spent in total darkness.
I don't have time to listen to this baloney. Which bed is Marquet in?
He's round the corner, in solitary.
What's the matter with him?
I don't know, but the men who brought him in were wearing masks and rubber gloves. Hey, you're a doctor. How come you don't know?
We doctors don't know everything.
Then how come you act like you do?
Has Marquet had any visitors?
Nah, neither have I. That's the worst thing about being in hospital. You feel like the rest of the world has abandoned you.
Well, you know how it is. Life goes on.
Thanks for those comforting words.
Well, goodbye and good luck.
Thanks, Doc.
Doctor,
What is it?
you haven't taken my blood pressure.
Of course, I do know how to do that.
Seems fine to me.
You're not doing it right.
Of course I am.
No, you're not. Dr. Monroe never did it like that.
I can't take a satisfactory reading while you're excited like this. I'll come back later. Hey, Benoit.
There's no need to shout. What do you want?
Here, take this pressure gauge.
Thank you, sir. What do you want me to do with it?
Well, keep it safe until I think of something. Are you ready with that pressure gauge?
Primed and ready to pump, sir. What do you want me to do with it?
Use it on Eric Sopmarsh.
Okay.
You wanna guess how many t-shirts you...
Rather you than me, pal.
Nee, wil ik niet.
Okay, good.
Untrustable and DJ Kama say hi.
Hi both. Hope to see you soon.
There he is, Marquet.
Marquet?
Yes. I am Marquet.
He's gonna die.
Been expecting you.
You have?
Well, what are you waiting for? Get it over with.
I just want to know what I should do with the gem.
The Lamar gem.
Yeah, right here in my pocket.
I thought you were one of the assassins.
I'm an assassin, yes. I'm from Hashashin Greed.
I never inhaled.
So, you were sent in my place?
Yeah. You could hardly make the trip to Ireland in your condition. What should I do with the gem?
Deliver it to the Grandmaster. Quickly, tell him that I have found the tripod.
I found it.
In Paris.
What, you have it?
Not yet. But it's being taken care of. I hired a couple of stooges with a flair for petty crime.
Would that be Flap and Guido by any chance?
Hey,
No,
have you hit the like button yet?
We've met. What about the Hashashin?
is more likely to have followed Klausner.
Klausner?
Stop at nothing to prevent the reforging of the sword.
And that's bad, is it?
As for Klausner,
Coolio said hi too. She was first, almost first.
They have geese in Syria?
as a theory about the location of
That's enough excitement for one day, Monsieur Marquet. What are you doing here?
Talking to this patient, of course.
Monsieur Marquet is my patient. Herr Hagenmeyer was to hear that.
Okay, I'm going. I'd learned all I could from Marquet anyhow.
Ah, there you are, sir. I was just coming to look for you. I finished with your pressure gauge.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bunny.
What's that noise? It sounds as if someone's having a cardiac arrest.
It's all right. The doctor's in there with him.
Wow, they upgraded the monitor. Did you see that?
Oui, monsieur. He showed me his ID. It was Dr. Braille.
There's no Dr. Braille working here.
He's an imposter! The door's locked. Help me, officer.
Kick the door. Look at this.
Stand back, monsieur.
Not kicking the door. Let me guess, the window's open. Dude, I love the story of this game. It's slow paced, it's easy to follow. It's a little bit of digging here and there. Let's go to Nico.
I found Jacques Marquet.
Did he talk?
Yeah, he talked. For the very last time.
He's dead.
Yeah, killed in cold blood by a bogus doctor.
That's despicable. What kind of guy would pass himself off as a doctor and take advantage of a dying man? Was it Khan?
No, I don't know who he was, but it certainly wasn't Khan. He got away, out the window.
It can't be him.
Have you ever heard of the Hashi-Ashin?
No.
Marquet said that they were his biggest enemy.
His biggest enemy was the bogus doctor.
Don't remind me. That guy was evil. He had wild, staring eyes like a dead fish. I'll never trust a doctor again. I guess I'd better go back and talk to that weirdo.
Which one, Rosso or Sergeant Moo? Oh, were you referring to Andre?
I'll let you work it out.
Yeah, take your time. Let's go to the museum, because we barely did anything there.
You have left it very late, monsieur.
Late for what?
Anything? I am closing the museum soon. You wouldn't like to get locked in. I can tell you. Not in this gallery.
Why not?
It is haunted, monsieur.
You don't believe in ghosts, surely.
Oh, yes, I do. 7 years ago, a lad managed to hide in here. He made a bet with his friends, I suppose. When I found him in the morning, he was cold as ice and stiff as a board.
Well, what was the cause of death?
They said it was a brain tumor. But on his face was a look of stark, desperate terror such as I have never seen before.
Scary. Can you give me any further information about the tripod?
Certainly, monsieur. It's infamous. That tripod, that belonged to John Dee.
What's the importance of John Dee's tripod?
Dee was the most famous escapologist of the 16th century. The Houdini of his time.
Don't you mean alchemist? Escapologists use ropes, chains, and handcuffs, not tripods.
Well, whatever he was, that is the tripod he used in his experiments.
What kind of experiments did John Dee perform with his tripod?
Oh, the usual. Didn't you study chemistry at school?
No.
Yeah, but we skipped over thaumatology. Can I take a closer look at the tripod?
What? Get it out of the case? No.
No.
Tripod is protected by a sophisticated surveillance system.
How sophisticated?
A painfully loud alarm bell.
How is the alarm bell triggered?
By the slightest pressure on or movement of any part of the case wherein that tripod is situated.
It strikes me that to call your alarm system sophisticated is Well, stretching the truth a little.
It has never failed yet. The sophistication is in its simplicity.
Do you know anything about the Knights of the Temple?
No, sir. Not a sausage.
The sign on the tripod says it was found at a Templar...
He's a guard, not a museum.
Yeah. It doesn't mention John D. at all.
Most remiss.
You don't know anything about the tripod, do you?
No, I don't. I never had much of a start in life, you see. I owe what little education I gained to my uncle. He was an optician, but he also doubled as the village school teacher. He taught me the alphabet. Wait, 19 letters of it. The bottom row of the chart was too small even for him to read, so he left them out.
Why don't you start over and enroll for adult education?
You know, I never thought of that. Do you think if I studied art and did all my homework, I could be a professor of history?
At your age? Dream on. Do you know anything about medieval manuscripts?
Not me, monsieur. I am no scholar, though people often mistake me for one. It is the uniform, I guess. They see the clothes. They are impressed.
And they ask you to park their cars?
They ask me to park No. They assume I am an authority on the exhibits in my care.
Whereas you know next to nothing about history.
Of course not. All I am saying is, I am no scholar. Not like Monsieur Lobineau.
Thanks for your help. There was nothing in the urn. I tried to sneak my hand inside while the guard wasn't looking, but the case was locked.
Attention! Please do not open the window, monsieur.
Don't you think it's kind of stuffy in here?
Better stuffy than dead.
What's the problem? Fumes from car exhausts?
Not just that, monsieur. There's a new burger bar opened up across the street. The Laughing Buffalo.
So what's the problem?
They cook their burgers on a charcoal grill, and the fat falls on the open flame. The amount of organic compound and smoke particles released is astounding. Since they opened, local air pollution has doubled, and it stinks like a funeral pyre. That is why I keep the windows closed.
Fair. How about these, Herrieren? How do you like these?
The rod turned smoothly, and the window above me opened.
It is closing time, Monsieur Lobineau.
Already, there just aren't enough hours in the day.
More than enough for me. I can't wait to get home and put my feet up.
Eh bien, see you tomorrow.
Good night, monsieur.
Monsieur. Oh, that angle. Oh, there he is, Guido. Or the other guy.
Hey, Guido! Look at this!
Quit fooling around, you moron! Get your ass over here and bring that flashlight.
Oh, Guido!
What's the big idea, you dummy? Shine the light down here.
The mummy! It's come alive!
If that's a mommy, I'm glad I'm an orphan.
Holy shit! Fuck.
Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur?
Are you Lobino?
Oh, no. Fancy you mistaking me for him. No. I am the...
Forget it. The rod turned smoothly, and the window...
Well, there are a few. This is the second time I died.
Closing time, Monsieur Lobino.
Already, there just aren't enough hours in the day.
Bien. Good.
Well, it's a good thing that this game has autosaves, though.
Look at this!
Quit fooling around, you moron! Get your ass over here and bring that flashlight. What the... Who's there?
Let's get out of here!
Catwoman is here too. That's Nico for sure.
And when I woke up, I was at the police station. Luckily, I managed to persuade Rosso I was innocent.
Poor George.
What a mess.
Shush.
I bungled the whole thing.
I don't think so. You made a pretty good job of distracting those two crooks.
Yeah, but the killer got away with the tripod.
No, he didn't. He's not the only one who can dress up in costume.
You mean...
she's a latex love. Oh.
Stole the tripod?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey,
that's important.
Nico? I could have been shot.
Those dogs are more likely to shoot their own feet.
I just wish you'd told me your plans. We're supposed to be in this together. And how come you dressed up like a pantomime cat?
Don't sulk, Georgie, please.
Oh,
S'il vous plaît, Georgie.
And don't call me Georgie.
Yes, I'm your little Georgie.
You'd be pleased. After all, we've got the tripod. Aren't you going to try putting the gem on the tripod?
I guess so.
They didn't take that from me at the police station, so that's good.
Nothing happened.
Yeah.
The gem fits perfectly, but what does that prove?
Maybe the tripod has to be in a certain location.
There's nothing on the manuscript to indicate where, though, is there?
I'm gonna do one more quiz, gonna get myself one more beer, and then we're gonna do one more chapter of this awesome game. How about you guys? I don't think you guys will recognize this music. You know what? Let's do another sprite guess. Oh, this is a good one. It's not Simon. It might be. Did I make it back in time? No, no, no. Oh, no, no. Who guessed it? Let's see. Is it a lizard wizard? I think that DJ Gamma and Harry legends, legendary people, had a great guess. So let's see what the answer was. Here we go. Knopf. It's Eric Idle. Such a good guess. Instead of a Schulte, I got myself this. And Benedict dinner. Just because it sounds funny. And it tastes well.
I have to go.
Already? You only just arrived.
Time and tide wait for no man.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Now we got the try, but it's a good thing she's trusting us. Slash, have a good night. Where do we go? Set fire to Paris.
Hi, George.
It would solve a lot of problems, yes. Oh!
Look, about that tripod.
I hope you're still not angry with me.
Oh no, not really. That was some feat. Abseiling through the skylight, I mean.
I haven't done anything like that since I was at school.
You were great. But next time you plan a stunt like that, please warn me. What do you think the purpose of this tripod is?
On the manuscript, the gem is shown mounted on top of it.
So, we risked a criminal charge to steal a display stand?
Don't ask me. Maybe it's intended to hold the gem in a specific position.
Do you want to look after the gem?
No, George. I'd be too tempted to sell it.
What do you know about Professor Pegram?
I've seen a television program, Pegram's Past. He's written a book, The Crusader Families of Ireland.
Let's take another look at the manuscript.
Let's see if we can figure out that the gem and the tripod merge.
That's the tripod we borrowed from the museum. That's the gem that Pegram found in Lochmarn. Tell me more about the clown's previous victims.
The first was Arno Bellotta, the millionaire pharmaceutical baron. He made his money from amphetamines in the post-war slimming and diet boom. Imagine it. Millions of housewives literally speeding their butts off.
Was he killed for his money?
No. He had no living relatives, and his fortune went to the orphanage where he grew up. The only witness in the case was
Captain Claw can read those maps.
12, he was led to his death by a snowman.
What about the clown's second victim?
Yamada, the controversial Japanese green politician. He inherited his fortune from his father's electrochemical...
Magic Claw.
He was committed to dismantling Japan's automobile industry.
I can't see him gaining much support with a loony policy like that.
Yamada was a man of vision.
We need more likes.
He was years ahead of his time.
If you say so. How did he die?
At the end, or should I say, flipper, of a giant emperor penguin.
A snowman, a penguin, and now a clown. You know, I hate to admit it, but this is scary. And I'll tell you what, I won't be accepting any invitations to costume parties.
I don't blame you for being scared. I am too. But this story could be my only chance of a big break.
Or a premature death.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at that crack in the CD. It still works though. And I like it that they are contra of each other in colors. Like the one has red in the middle and the other one yellow. It's a it's a CD crack. Why didn't I come to that? That's funny. That's really funny.
I have to go.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Shit, I can ask one more thing about the clown. I do think there needs to be a new location where we need to go, but back. I remember that there was this post from EA Games about 10-15 years ago, when a expansion pack 15 years ago for The Sims 3 came out. What's the first thing you're gonna do when the expansion pack releases? And I'm like, place crack in bin folder. That's awesome.
What are you doing?
I still have a screenshot of that. Wait.
Research, George.
Yeah? You have a copy of the clown's yearbook?
I have a telephone and lots of contacts.
Let's see if I can find it.
Well, did you find anything useful?
Not yet. I'm employing my first and most useful weapon.
What's that?
Patience.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Patience.
Isn't it a substitute for
Klondike.
thinking? Have you found out any more about the murders?
Well, it may be nothing, but both the clown's victims visited Paris earlier this year.
When?
The second week of July. They were both here at the same time.
Did they meet?
I don't know, but I can't imagine it was coincidence.
Do you think the assassin was responsible for killing Marquet?
I don't think so. He could have finished him off the first time. Besides, Marquet would have recognized him.
He was pumped to the gills with sedatives. He wouldn't have recognized the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse unless they'd introduced themselves. I have to go.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Okay, bye. I'm gonna find that picture though, and you're gonna enjoy it, Harry, and I'll tag you into it on Discord when I find it, because oh my god, that's like the oldest album I have. It's still hidden somewhere among my Facebook page. I'm not sure why I still have it. Collectie humor opmerkelijk. Man, I bet like 90% of these pictures you guys would enjoy it. Like, a lot. Ah! Found it! But it's like the old Facebook interface. I'll just post it in fun stuff and I'll tag Harry Allen. I'd say. It's on Discord if you want to see it. Back to the game. Could go to the police station, but I think I'm stuck. Yeah. Let's just go to the museum and see what's going on there. They got robbed of their tripod, which I'm carrying, but
Pardon me.
Oui, monsieur? Oh, it's you. Well, what do you want now?
I hear your tripod was stolen.
Nothing travels faster than bad news. It is true. It happened last night. I always said that alarm was no good.
What? You said it was sophisticated. What if I show it to him?
Do you recognize this tripod?
It is vaguely familiar.
I should think it is.
Very similar to the one which we used to have here at the museum. In fact,
that's what I thought.
But this is obviously a poor copy.
Right.
Yeah, show it again.
Do you want to borrow this tripod to replace the one which was stolen?
No, thank you. Someone would be bound to notice the deception.
Thanks for your help.
That was funny.
The statue didn't deserve to be mauled by a Philistine like me.
How do we get to the next part?
Excuse me.
Stobart! I did not expect to see you so soon after that unfortunate business at the museum.
Inspector Rosso was completely satisfied with my explanation.
Ah, yes. You were accidentally trapped in an Egyptian sarcophagus.
It could happen to anyone.
Indeed, as could being knocked unconscious by a wooden salmon. What do you want now?
Have you ever heard of the Hashashin, Sergeant?
What was that?
The cult of the assassins.
What are you trying to say, Stobart?
That the clown is a member of that cult.
Untrustable.
And what proofs do you have?
Thanks for the B.
I arrived at my conclusion and...
Pseudo-intellectual speak. Leave the investigation of crime to those who know best. The police.
Alright, let's go to the airport after this.
Mole of Montmartre?
Because he lived in Montmartre, I suppose.
Yeah, but why the mole?
I don't know. Maybe he ruined people's lawns.
I'd like to report an assault.
Yes, monsieur? Where is the victim?
I'm the victim. I've been harassed by a pair of thugs.
I see. And where did this alleged assault take place?
Outside the Hotel Ubu. They stopped me as I was leaving and went through my pockets.
Could you describe the suspect?
They wanted to drown me.
One looked like a gorilla, and the other looked like a weasel. Their names are Flap and Guido.
Bon. I'll get them this time.
Thanks, Untrustable.
What are you going to do about Flap and Guido, Sergeant?
I'm going to bust them, monsieur. For years I have been hoping to pin something on that pair. Now's my chance. I'll show them. And the inspector.
Thanks, Sergeant. Thanks for taking me seriously.
I'm only doing my duty, monsieur.
Do you know a man named Khan? He's a shifty-looking guy with a scar on his left cheek.
No, monsieur. Has this man any connection with the bombing of the cafe?
Yes. I believe Khan was the name he used when he hired the clown costume. Is Rosso here?
Yes, he is. You wish to speak to him?
Yes, I do.
One moment, monsieur. Stobart is here to see you, monsieur.
Did he say what it was about?
No, monsieur.
Very well.
Hi, Inspector. Remember me?
But of course, Mr. Stobart. My mind is a well-ordered faculty. A mental classification system that's the envy of the Bibliothèque Nationale. No tricks, mark you, monsieur. Just exercise. Just as our muscles waste through inactivity, so our minds decay. But there is no need. If only people would learn to exercise their wits daily.
If he was trying to impress me, it worked. He was pompous and patronizing, but he had style.
Eh bien, if you've called about the bombing, you're too late. Investigations have been closed. But I've been taken off the case.
What about the murderer, the dead guy?
It is out of my hands.
What was that psycho-detective business you did in the cafe?
It is my theory that the passions evoked in violent crimes create ripples in the ether, invisible to all but the possessor of a highly developed and receptive mind.
I'm impressed. Can you bend spoons, too?
Yuri
I
Geller.
didn't think a man of your obvious intelligence would stoop to mockery.
I'm not mocking. I've had personal experience of the power of the mind. I used to get ignored at parties until I read a book that changed my life.
Really? What was it called?
Hypnotism for Fun and Profit. He looked at me as if I'd farted at a funeral.
Mesmerism is a rare gift, not a party trick.
He looked at me as if I farted at a funeral.
You're not gonna try any of that psychic interrogation on me, are you?
Do you find the thought of my probing distasteful?
Let's just say I'd rather you didn't. I've got more doubts than doubting Thomas when it comes to mysticism.
Too bad. I think you would make an interesting subject under controlled regression.
The day I let anyone mess with my mind hasn't dawned yet. Do you know a pair of thugs called Flap and Guido?
I have known those two since they graduated from special school. Flap is a nasty piece of work, but Guido is the real brains of the partnership. Where did you hear of them?
I met them out front of the Hotel Ubu. Have you heard of Professor Pegram, the archaeologist?
Molly Pegram, the second son of Lord Barclay Pegram?
Never heard of him.
I don't know. I only read about him in a magazine.
So much for the efficacy of rehabilitation. What has he done this time?
He made an important archaeological find in Ireland.
Ever heard of a guy called Marquet? Jacques Marquet?
Marquet? I know the name well. He has a record for suspected blackmail, kidnapping, arson, and art theft.
An all-rounder, huh?
How come he's on the loose?
His bravado is matched only by the courtroom skills of his attorney.
Do you know Pegram well?
I have connections with the family, but I wouldn't say I knew him at all.
Is his name really Molly?
Of course not. That was the nickname he was given at school. All his friends and acquaintances know him as Molly.
Don't you want to know what I found out about the killer?
I told you, monsieur, the case is closed. I have washed my hands of the whole affair.
Then I'll have to continue my investigations without your help.
No. You must forget the business of the clown completely.
He's bald. Now he's not.
Stobard.
Did you find out the ID of the guy who was killed in the explosion?
Good night, Gamma.
I heard that the bomb victim's name was Plantar.
Your sources are reliable.
He was a big shot at the Treasury, wasn't he? Maybe that's why you've been taken off the case.
I'm sorry, monsieur. I cannot comment.
So hope to see you soon, Kama.
By the way, Stobard, I thought you might like to know they found our friend Pegram.
Where did he turn up?
A little village on the Norwegian coast. The fish had made a meal of him, but the police pathologist identified the teeth. Poor Molly. He had such dignity. It's hard to imagine him ending up as fish food.
I found this Easter egg where you point at Sweden and it makes sound. And it does so nowhere else on the map. Weird. I can't go there. Yeah, it's something I figured out earlier today. I think it's an Easter egg. It's something we have to figure out. Or it's a bug. You know me, I find bugs.
Hi, George.
Look at him being comfortable sitting on the couch, which is not his. Ask her this.
Can you think of any use for this?
Nope.
That's a thing for measuring blood pressure, isn't it? What are you doing with that?
I picked it up in the hospital. It could be useful.
I'm a doctor now.
Take it back. Don't you feel guilty?
No. What do you think the purpose of this tripod is?
I'm not sure.
Goed gesprek, man. Lekker kort.
Look, Nico. A handful of plaster.
Yeah. Why is it that men never really grow up?
What's your problem, sister?
Your pockets stuffed with useless junk like little boys.
You never know.
I got a gem, I got a tripod, but
might
it's
come in handy.
useless junk.
I found this in the killer's room.
What is it, a credit card?
ID. Thomas Merlin of the Gruber Electronics Corporation.
Never heard of him or the company.
I found this matchbook in the killer's hotel room. It's from the Club Alamut.
Never heard of it. Is there anything written inside it?
No, what were you expecting?
If this was a movie, there'd be a clue, a name or an address. That's no use. There aren't even any matches in it.
Oh well, I'll keep it as a souvenir. The guy at the novelty shop gave me this.
What is it?
A hand buzzer. You put it in your hand and give people electric shocks.
Why?
It's a gag, a practical joke.
If you ever use it on me, I'll break your arm.
Okay. I get the picture. Do you want this photograph back?
No, you keep it. I can always make another print.
I got my negatives.
Did I show you this tissue?
Yes, George. I asked you to get rid of it.
I showed you the red nose, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
This is the tool I used to get into the sewers.
Fascinating, George.
You're not interested, are you?
Oh, of course I am. I think it was very brave of you to go down those sewers.
Yeah? Well, it was kind of scary, but... Well, I had a job to do.
I have to go.
I don't know.
I'll see you later.
Oh, hi.
Hello, my handsome friend.
Do you know what this tripod was used for?
I couldn't imagine.
What does this apparatus mean to you?
The last time I saw one of those, I was about to go to the operating theater. The doctor told me there was nothing to worry about. I laughed in his face.
How come?
I see the future, remember?
Do you recognize the man in this photograph?
What a hunk.
He's a killer.
I can see that. His eyes say it all.
Exactly.
Do you recognize this nose?
No, monsieur.
Does this matchbook mean anything to you?
No, but I can tell you one thing. There's no such place as the Club Alamut in Paris.
See you later.
That's right, monsieur. You will.
Oh, it's boarded shut. That's cool. Somebody did that. That's great. Well, not for the... I never get to speak to the waitress, though. Shame. Everybody's gone from this place. I never talked to the waitress. Back to the museum.
I beg your pardon. Are you André Lobineau?
That's me. You want my autograph?
No. I was told you may be able to help me.
Help?
My name is George Stobart. I'd like your professional opinion.
Well, okay. Shoot.
What's with the long face?
Haven't you heard? The tripod was stolen.
No kidding.
I just don't get it. So many other treasures, and the thieves choose the tripod.
A modern-day alchemist, perhaps?
Who knows? There's no shortage of crazies in Paris.
Have you ever heard of the Hashashin?
Why, yes. It was a radical Muslim sect whose name became synonymous with murder. It was formed in 11th century Persia, shortly before the Crusades.
At roughly the same time as the Templars.
Yes. They gave a new word to our language. Assassini. The assassins.
Does the name Montfaucon mean anything to you?
Sure. It was the most grisly spectacle in Paris until the Revolution.
A public toilet?
Montfaucon was the place of execution for many thousands. A dark temple of death, with row upon row of arches, each one framing a grim exhibit. Scores of rotting corpses swung on creaking rope, while the crows devoured their flesh.
That explains the image of the hanged man. I found a reference to Montfaucon in Ireland, in a village called Lochmarn.
Lochmarn? That's where Pegram was digging.
That's right. He'd left the excavation before I arrived. How did the assassins get their name?
From the legends surrounding the secrets of their initiation rites. A young man who sought to join the sect was given hashish until he drifted into dreams. He awoke to find himself in a fabulous garden with everything he could wish for. The freshest water, the most delicious food, the choicest hash, and the most delectable women imaginable.
Cool. Do you have the address?
I haven't finished the story. There was a price to pay for this taste of paradise.
Wouldn't you just know it?
The young man would wake the next day to find himself back in the real world. He was told that he'd been given a glimpse of the heaven reserved for holy martyrs. A heaven he would enjoy for eternity if he was willing to join the Hashashin.
How did the assassins operate?
Well, as I explained, the new recruits would be only too willing to die for the cause. They'd be instructed in the use of the dagger, poisons, and disguise. Then, the Grand Master of the sect would name an enemy of Allah.
And they'd stop at nothing to eliminate that enemy.
You got it. They were fearless and deadly.
Does the cult of the assassins still exist?
Take a look around at the world today. You tell me.
Maybe this conversation will unlock...
Do you know Pegram well?
Not really. I met him at a conference. I would have liked to talk to him in depth, but I didn't have time.
When was this?
Oh, back in the summer, July, I think.
The second week of July?
Maybe. Yes, it was, just before Bastille Day.
So Pegram was in Paris at the same time as the other victims.
Pardon? Victims of what?
Nothing. Just thinking.
Gaat je niks aan.
Where was the site of Montfaucon?
To the northeast, near the Canal Saint-Martin, but there's nothing there now. The old gibbet was torn down during the Revolution.
I'd like your opinion on a medieval manuscript.
Vraiment? Do you have it with you?
No, it's too fragile. And besides, there are certain people who'd stop at nothing to get their hands on it.
Intriguing. Do you have a copy of the text?
There isn't much. Only a few Latin phrases. I was kind of hoping you'd help decipher the pictures.
Without seeing the manuscript, that's a tall order.
Just tell me one thing. What does the image of two men riding on the same horse suggest to you?
The Knights Templar. Does the Templar seal appear on this manuscript? I'd love to see that for myself.
Can you tell me anything about the Knights Templar?
I sure can, Georgie. Soldiers, diplomats, mercenaries, monks, bankers, you name it, the Templars fit the bill. The greatest fighting force in Christendom, the militia of Christ.
Jeez.
There's so much dialogue in this game. It's insane for 1996.
How did the Templars get their name?
From the building in which they set up their headquarters. The King of Jerusalem gave them part of a mosque on the Temple Mount. It was said to have been the site of the original Temple of Solomon. The order became known first as the Knights of the Temple, and later as the Knights Templar.
You're a mine of information, Andre.
Glad to be of help, Georgie.
How come the Templars became so wealthy?
There was a constant stream of new recruits to their ranks, many from nobles.
I can see why that guard wants to put his feet up at the end of the day.
Sacred oath of poverty, chastity, and obedience. So, their money, goods, and lands were donated to the order. The Templars soon held land in France, Scotland, England, Spain, most of Europe, in fact. The poor Knights of Christ became the wealthiest power in Christendom.
Is it true the treasure of the Knights Templar was never found?
Who knows? So little knowledge of what really happened remains. Or, if it does, the truth has never been made public.
What do you mean by that?
The Templars have attained mythological status, like the King Arthur of the Britons. There are people even now who say the Templars still exist.
Do you think that's likely?
No, not for a minute.
Does he know Nico?
Being looked after by a friend.
In Paris?
Yeah, not far from here, in fact.
Well, just give me the address and I'll come round and take a look.
I'm not so sure about that. Maybe I should check with her first.
A female friend?
Yeah, she's a woman. Maybe it was my imagination, but I noticed a predatory look in his eye. Suddenly, this friendly historian had turned into the big bad wolf.
Of course.
This friend who has the manuscript?
Oui, the anonymous girlfriend.
She lives at 361 Rue Jarry.
Oh, I know it well. I'll drop by. Just as soon as I can.
Thanks for your help, Andre.
You're welcome.
He's gonna get there faster than I am, right?
It's me again.
Hi, Georges. Oh, by the way, I had a visit from Andre Lobineau.
Oh, yeah. I hope he didn't mind me giving him your address.
Yes.
Not at all. It was lovely to see him again. He was over the moon when I showed him the manuscript. It's not often he gets that excited.
They
He made a
have
sketch of the Knight's crest to take back to the museum.
They have a past.
He's identified the family who bear that crest.
I sure hope so. Have you found out any more about the Knights Templar?
Yes, I have. The guy responsible for their downfall was Philip IV, the King of France, otherwise known as Philippe le Bel.
Philippe le
Well,
Bel.
he is known to history as Philippe the Fair.
Philippe the Fair.
I doubt if the Templars called him that. I'm sure Andre will tell you all about him.
Lobineau explained who the Hashashin were.
Yeah?
The cult of the assassins.
Oh, boy!
I have to go.
Okay, I'll see you later.
Alright, talking about having to go. I'm going to save my game. And somewhere this week, if I got the time, I'm going to figure out where and why I am kind of stuck in progress during this game. And then we're going to continue this later on, because I do really want to get into the Broken Sword series. There are about 6 games out there, and there's gonna be a new game later this year as well. Part number 6. There's a 2.5, so there's gonna be 7 parts in total, and this is the first part I'm playing. So I'm, well, if you think about it, halfway through this one, so I'm about on 1/14 of the whole series. Damn it! It's gonna take me 14 nights. Cool. For now, everybody, thanks for hanging out. My name is Bart. I play MS-DOS games, or games that are, well, slightly based on MS-DOS games, or remastered DOS games like tonight, because this is originally a DOS game, although it came out on the GBA and some other consoles as well. And this version of the game that I played tonight also released on the PlayStation 5, the Nintendo Switch, the whatever you want. Xbox Series, that kind of stuff. Next week I'm playing a platformer 3D shooter, or maybe another point-and-click adventure, who knows. But what I do know is that it's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm already looking forward to it. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Thanks for just sitting on the couch having a beer. You guys rock. I hope on the other days, like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, maybe even Saturday and Sunday, see you on the Discord. Just hang out, share photos, selfie, talk about development, just claim a free game. We got all kinds of awesome channels over there, so see you there. And thanks for tonight. Have a great remainder of the week, everybody. See you on the next one.